Fox Sports.
This series with the Mariners has gone pretty much the way the season's gone for your Rangers. Winning one, losing one. As the team looks for consistency and momentum, so does today's starter, Ross Detweiler. Today from Seattle, Ross looks for his first win as a Ranger, and his team looks for its first series win of the season. The Rangers and Mariners meet next. Texas Rangers baseball is presented by AT&T Uverse TV. Now it is Armed Forces Appreciation Day here in Seattle, and Rangers trying to muster up a W over the Mariners as they try to make it their first series win of 2015. And welcome in, everyone, along with Tom Graves, Steve Busby. Glad you could join us for this Sunday afternoon of Rangers baseball. Rangers trying to get back on the winning side of things. One thing they have going for them at the top of their lineup, reinvigorated Leonys Martin, at least in this series.
In this series, he has been, Buzz. He got off to a little bit of a slow start. Jeff Bannister changed the lineup. He took him out of the leadoff spot, but emphasized it was just trying to get a spark in the lineup. Leonys was his leadoff hitter. When the team embarked on this road trip and the lineup was put up for the first game against Seattle, Leonys was back in the leadoff spot. Right off the bat, he walked and scored a run. In the game last night against Felix Hernandez, he had the only two hits, a double and a base hit to right field. He stole a base, and when you look at what he's done, Buzz, in these two games, this is what Jeff Bannister envisions from the leadoff hitter, Leonys Martin in particular, for the rest of the season. This is who he wants to see.
Yeah, and he has provided that spark at the top of the Rangers lineup. Unfortunately, last night, there wasn't any kindling to go along with that spark for the Rangers against Felix Hernandez. Well, it'll be a battle of left-handers here this afternoon. A beautiful, bright, sunny, sunshine afternoon here in Seattle. We'll have a little bit more of our pregame coming up right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. The EcoBoost Challenge is on at your Texas Ford dealer. Get to your best in Texas Ford dealer today. By AT&T UVerse TV. UVerse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. A great afternoon here in the great Northwest. Rangers and Mariners getting set to wrap things up from Safeco Field. We'll be back with the starting lineup and the first pitch right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Safeco. Brilliant blue skies up above, a bright sunshiny day, and now here's Tom with the Texas Rangers Southwest Airlines starting lineup.
Rangers will start with Leonis Martin in center field. Elvis Andrus is batting second. The DH, Prince Fielder, is batting third. Adrian Beltre will bat fourth. Shin-Soo Choo in right field bats fifth. Adam Rosales gets the start at first base and will bat sixth. Rougned Odor bats seventh at second base. The left fielder Jake Smolinski is eighth. And the catcher this afternoon is Carlos Corporan.
And they will be facing a very talented young left-hander. And James Paxton, one of the brighter young stars, fairly young stars of the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners have brought Paxton along rather cautiously, you could say. He is pitching in his third year at the major league level, but not complete year yet under his belt. But he has been very good here at Safeco Field. Adrian Beltre and his cadre will have their hands full today if Paxton has his good command. In our scouting report, he's mentioned one of the bright young stars for Seattle. Fastball, curveball, and changeup. And he's learning how to make his fastball into a couple of different pitches, a la Felix Hernandez last night. One thing about James Paxton, though, the Ranger hitters need to find out early if he's going to have his wild streak today, because he can get wild and he can give you some free bases if you allow him to. So the Rangers hitters will be circumspect about how they go about selecting pitches early in the ball game against James Paxton. And we'll take a look at the Mariner defense behind Paxton this afternoon. Justin Ruggiano, the first start of the series, he's in left field. Austin Jackson in center. And Nelly Cruz back in right field. Logan Morrison at first base. Robinson Cano at second. Willie Bloomquist is the shortstop today. Kyle Seager at third. And Jesus Sucre takes the place of Mike Zunino. And Sucre is catching for James Paxton. And the Rangers starter, Ross Detweiler, deep in concentration and getting his focus, getting his game face on as he gets set to watch his ball club hopefully score some first inning runs and give him an early lead before he ever takes the mound. So Paxton finishing his warm-up tosses. Rangers getting ready to get on the offense here. The Rangers come in at 5-7 this season. They are in fourth place, one game behind the division-leading Oakland A's. Club, though, has dropped down after last night's two-hitter at the hands of Felix Hernandez. Club now last in the American League and baseball and hitting at .201. On base percentage, though, still low, but not in last place. They are at .284. Well, here's Leonys Martin, who had both hits last night against Felix Hernandez. First time that has happened, where the Rangers were two hit in a ball game and one player had both those hits since Michael Young did it against John Lester back in 2009. Leonys hitting safely in 5 of his last 6, shows bunt and takes ball 2 low and inside. Martin at 184 for the year. .2-0 pitch. 2-1. James Paxton 5-1 in his career in this ballpark, an ERA of under 2. It's at 185. And fires strike 2.
Well, Paxton pitched very well against the Rangers a couple of times last year. And one of the things he's got going for him is he has that deception in his delivery. His glove hand goes flying way up in the air, and then the ball comes out of that area.
Nelly Cruz coming on a slide and makes the catch. Cruz kind of running a big circle route. Ball not hit as sharply as Cruz read it initially, but Leonys Martin is out, 1 gone.
And Nelly doesn't always read the ball effectively, but one thing he's not afraid to do is dive or slide for the ball. He catches a lot of balls like this. It looks like a relatively routine ball. He might have thought it was hit a little bit harder than that. But over the years, we saw Nelly make a lot of sliding catches like that.
Please replace your divots out there.
Paxton last year, in the games I remember, he was throwing a little bit harder than he is right now. Early in the game, anyway. His fastball is 90 to 92. Seems like it might have been a tick higher than that before.
Here's Elvis, a 163 average. A home run and 5 RBI. 1 ball and 1 strike. Saw Elvis in limited at bats against Paxton, 0 for 3. In the last 3 ball games, Elvis, along with most of the other Ranger hitters, is struggling a bit. 2 balls and a strike. Paxton came up initially in 2013 and went 3-0 in his first foray to the major leagues. What a play by Cano. Robbing Elvis of a base hit. 2 gone.
Yeah, fairly sharply hit ball by Elvis. Cano is a very solid second baseman. Mariners wearing vintage uniforms today. Colors of their old uniforms they used to have way back when. No names on the back, big numbers. More of a cream color. Look pretty nice.
First time they've worn those uniforms this year.
Yeah, evidently it's their alternate uniform this year.
Well, here's Prince Fielder. 0-1. Prince had his 5-game hitting streak snapped last night. He also had a streak of at-bats without a strikeout snap. He had 41 consecutive at-bats without a strikeout, and Felix Hernandez got him last night. That snapped that streak. That had been the longest of that variety going in the major leagues. still tied for the American League lead with 7 multi-hit games. Up the middle, Cano gets it. Off-balance throw, not in time. He even had Morrison come up with the ball. I think Preetz had it beaten out. No fielder, an infield single.
That was still a nice play by Cano. Cano had a long way to go. Not a hard ball to catch. It was hit slowly, but a long way to go. You can see he's pulling Prince over, playing him to pull over in the hole. And he's running out towards center field. Not able to get a whole lot on the throw. He makes a good effort. And I think you're right, Buzz. Prince would have beaten that out even if Morrison did catch it.
No, an infield knock as a fielder at first. Here's Adrian Beltre. Paxton deals strike one. Beltre hitting just 140. He has gone 4 games now without a base hit. That on the heels of a 5-game hitting streak. 2 for 4 against Paxton in his career, Adrian Beltre. In the air to left center field. What wind there is blowing in from left center, so it's going to knock that down a little bit, and Austin Jackson handles it. Rangers get a hit, but strand a runner, half inning in the books. Rangers nothing, Mariners coming up. Fox Sports Southwest. About the Mariners starting lineup, brought to you by Amica.
Austin Jackson again will lead off. He's the center fielder. Ricky Weeks, veteran, used to be with Milwaukee for most of his career. He's going to DH and bat second today. Second baseman is Robinson Cano. Nelly Cruz in right bats fourth. Kyle Seager, the third baseman, is fifth. Justin Ruggiano will get the start in left field. Willie Bloomquist at shortstop. Logan Morrison moves down to the 8th spot in the lineup at first base. And Jesus Sucre will be the catcher. A lot of guys getting an opportunity to play for Seattle in the afternoon game that didn't play the first 2 games of the series. A lot of the left-hand hitters are on the bench. Miller, Smith, and Ackley all getting the day off.
Yeah, Ross Detweiler makes the first pitch to Austin Jackson a little bit low. Scouting report on Ross. The mistakes that he's been making have been hurting him when they've come back over the plate, and whether it be trying to come across the plate and get it inside to a right-hander or try to get it away to a left-hander. He has not been able to keep that ball off the plate there, and that's where he has gotten hurt. He's also gotten hurt up in the strike zone. So he will try and correct those issues. Good part for him to work in, though. The ball not typically carrying very well when it's in the air here. Unless it happens to be Robinson Chirinos or Mike Zunino. You have to be a catcher to hit the ball out, apparently, in this series.
Well, Ross Detweiler has the stuff to be successful. He's got a solid enough fastball.
That ball is hammered to left field. Going back is Spolitsky, and that ball's gone. That one down, out over the plate. Austin Jackson with his first home run of the year. And just like that, the Mariners jump out in front, 1-0.
Well, we're going to talk about, the pitches that he has, 90 to 92 miles an hour. He's got a pretty good changeup. His curveball is a decent curveball. That was a curveball to Austin Jackson. He just got it up a little bit. And with 2 strikes, Jackson is able to get the good part of the bat on the ball. He's trying to throw it down and in. And it's down, but it's out more toward the middle of the plate, I think, which allowed Jackson to get the good part of the bat on the ball. If he throws it down and in a little bit out of the strike zone, maybe get a foul ball or a swing and a miss.
That's kind of what we're talking about, the mistakes in the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
And even though the height is okay, but that's the area of the plate where you just can't win pitching there too often. So after one hitter, 1-0 Mariners. Here's Ricky Weeks. Weeks and Detweiler have faced each other over the National League considerably. Weeks, the second baseman for the Milwaukee Ball Club for a number of years. 3 for 8 against Detweiler as Weeks. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ricky Weeks at 174 with a home run and 4 driven in. This one gets in on his fist. There's a good pitch by Detweiler. Looked in Odor with the catch for out number 1. That one got in and stayed in there.
Yep, good location with it.
Take a look at the Ranger defense this afternoon, brought to you by DeMontron RV. Outfield, Smolinski, Martin, and Chu, left, center, and right. Adam Rosales at first. You saw Rougned Odor at second. Elvis Andrus, the shortstop. Adrian Beltre at third. And Carlos Corporan getting his start here this afternoon behind the plate. Robinson Cano lashing one foul deep down the left field side and back into the seats.
Buzz, it almost sounds like a cliche, and I guess it is when we talk every game about the location of pitches within the strike zone, but it really is the bottom line to baseball. It's all about the battle between the pitcher and the hitter, and the pitcher generally succeeds when he makes pitches that aren't easy to hit, and generally has problems when he catches the middle of the plate. We saw it last night with the pitch that Kobe threw that Zunino hit out of the park, and it's pretty obvious early in the game, and it has been in his first 2 starts for Ross Detweiler. It's really all about where you throw the ball.
And you come back and make a pitch like that on a great hitter like Cano,
exactly.
And you bust his bat.
Yeah, it's highlighted pretty much every inning of every game, and it's why we talk about it so much, because if you had to boil it down to one issue to talk about, this is pretty much what baseball's all about. You throw the ball inside by a few inches like that, you get a good hitter to swing at it, and that's what can happen. You throw that ball down the middle of the plate, he lines it into the gap in left center field.
No, 2 outs. Here's Nelson Cruz.
With certain exceptions along the way, obviously. If a pitcher with good stuff throws the ball where he's trying to throw it, generally speaking, the hitters on the other team don't have a lot of success.
That ball is hit deep to left field. Zerlinski looking up. That ball's gone. Nelson Cruz, his 7th home run of the year. The major league leader. It's 2-0 Seattle.
So this game just boils down to 4 at-bats, 2 of them, Weeks and Cano. You make a pitch with a fastball in, and you get 2 weakly hit balls for 2 easy outs. To Jackson and Cruz, you make pitches that are up near the middle of the plate with your curveball, and they both hit the ball out of the ballpark. Doesn't mean you can't pop it up or ground it out. Certainly that happens. You still have to hit it, but they have a better chance when the ball hangs and stays up, like the 2 pitches we've seen so far in the first inning.
Kyle Seager taking strike 1. You're getting another look at that.
Actually, that wasn't a curveball.
Well, it was down again, but again, right in the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
And we have seen this over the years with Nelly Cruz. When he's hot like he is now, you just don't get away with many pitches to him that are in that area.
No, you don't.
In a month, maybe 6 weeks, when he cools off a little bit, he might pop that pitch up. But
Yeah,
not right now.
That pitch right there is in his wheelhouse. That's really a spot you want to avoid against him. A little bit down, a little bit out over the plate. In fact, that's a pitch that most power hitters like to hit.
Kyle Seager, a .244 batter. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Seager with a couple of home runs, 5 driven in. Starting to turn things around a bit, which you would figure for the third baseman. And he got turned around a bit. Ross Detweiler coming up and in. No, full count. Seager hitting 5th in the order. Justin Ruggiano waits to be next. Will he hit in this inning, or will Ross Detweiler get Seager? Payoff pitch. We'll try it again. Mariners now with 17 team home runs. And for the moment, that would tie them for the top spot with the Orioles. McClendon's club scoring the majority of their runs via the home run. Slow roller down to first base and right at the bag. Adam Rosales handles it. That'll do it. Austin Jackson and Nelson Cruz go deep against Ross Detweiler. Mariners with 2 runs in the first after 1. 2-0 Seattle. Texas Ranger Triple Play Game Show Spectacular. This year will be a Big Top Bash on Sunday, May 17th at the Hilton Anatole. Proceeds benefit the Texas Ranger Baseball Foundation. To purchase tickets or for more information, visit TexasRangers.com/triple play or call 817-436-5933. The Rangers playing from behind now against James Paxton, and Shin-Soo Choo starting things off here in the second. Choo, Rosales, and Odor. Shin-Soo battling a little bit of a slump himself. Hitting at 138, takes outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Last 6 ball games, Choo just 1 for 17. And I don't think it's any coincidence that has occurred since he had to leave the game against the Astros Friday before last with those muscle spasms in the upper back. He may feel like he's capable of playing, but there's got to be a little doubt in your mind whether you, if you really let a swing go, whether your back is going to tighten up again on you. 3-1 pitch in the air to left field. Ruggiano, sunglasses glistening. 1 out.
Paxton is had a brief major league career, but when he's pitched in this ballpark, he's been successful. He's had 8 starts. This is his 9th at Safeco. Has a 1.85 in this ERA in this ballpark. Spent a lot of time on the disabled list last year, but when he came back, he was very effective in 13 starts, basically most of the last half of the season.
Yeah, James Paxton and Taijuan Walker. And Walker, a right-hander, the two younger pitchers that have come out through the Mariners organization, raised in the organization. The Mariners have high hopes for developing another set of frontline pitchers. Adam Rosales batting 154. Takes strike 2.
It's the first one he's popped at 94 miles an hour. A little more in the tank than he's shown in the first inning, as far as velocity goes.
Rosales, 1 out of 5 in his career against the Mariner left-hander James Paxton. That one missed a little bit low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mariners have been a good day team this year. They are 3-0 in the sunshine. Just 1-7 at night. Lindquist on to first. Take a look at our Kubota power stats. James Paxton, a lot of starts against Western Division foes. And 9 starts previously, a 2.22 ERA. Opponents just hitting 179 against him. 8 extra base hits allowed in 218 batters faced. So he has fared very well against interdivision foes. 2 gone quickly here in the Rangers' second. Rougned Odor is next. Odor hitting 158. Takes low for ball 1. Rougned a home run, 4 RBI. One for 4 against James Paxton. To third, right under the glove of Kyle Seager, and out into left field. Odor is aboard. That's going to be an error charged to Kyle Seager. That's an unusual play for the Gold Glove third baseman.
Yeah, he's a Rawlings Gold Glover last year. And, you know, that might have been one of those balls that Mac was talking about during the last day game we did, where you've got a lot of white shirts in the stands and you see the ball come off the bat and it blends in with the white shirts in the stands and you don't pick it up very well. Plus, he's playing even with a bag. It was hit pretty hard. I think you always give a guy of his caliber the benefit of the doubt on one like that. Sure. Not to say the best of them still can't make an error.
Well, his lack of reaction to it, I think, you're right. I believe that's what happened.
I hadn't given that much thought until I heard Mac talking about that the other day, about losing the ball in the shirts and then having a hard time picking it up. But you're right, Buzz. That's what it looked like.
Jake Smolinski, foul ball on the first pitch, 0-1.
You know, as a fielder,
shot to right field for a base hit. Well, Smolinski got a pitch he could handle and drove it by Cano. 2 on, 2 out for Carlos Corporan.
As a fielder, when that happens, you'd love to have a flash card that you could hold up over your head after they're wondering why you missed it, and it says, "Sorry, fans, I never saw that one." Oh, okay, no problem. We understand.
Right.
But, you know, you're just kind of out there, and there's nothing you can do about it. Same if you lose one in the sun or you lose one in the lights. Usually people can tell, but not on one like that Seager just had, if that's in fact what happened.
Oh, we'll go with that. Yeah, considering he's a pretty good player.
I slipped. Whatever the excuse you have, you'd love everybody to know it so you don't get blamed for it.
Carlos Corporan, the 9th place hitter, a .250 average. Trying to pick up at least 1 run here, get the Rangers on the scoreboard. And going after that first pitch, he was swinging fastball and got the breaking ball. 0-1. Corporan in all 4 of his starts has reached base safely, either by a hit or a walk. Carlos, of course, the switch hitter up there from the right side. And Jeff Anderson said, at least as far as spring training was concerned, what he had seen from Carlos Corporan is that He was swinging the bat better as a right-handed hitter than he was as a left-handed hitter. Nothing in one. Odor at second. Smolinski at first. Talked about the Mariners winning in the daytime. 3-0. The Rangers have dropped 3 straight. Sunshine affairs. That's after they won the first game against Oakland. They have had more home runs though in the daytime. That 4 home run game they had the last game of the Oakland series. A ball and a strike. Now 1-2. Corcoran, an important pickup for the Rangers, teaming with Robinson Chirinos. A good combination behind the plate. We mentioned that between the two of them, they have 3 home runs, and that's as many as any other catcher in the American League. Call, strike 3. Sucre coming up to throw, and Corcoran surprised as anybody to get that called third strike. No runs, a hit, an error, and 2 men are left. 1.5 in the books. 2-0 Seattle. To you by your Texas Ford dealer. The EcoBoost Challenge is on at your Texas Ford dealer. Get to your best in Texas Ford dealer today. Seattle coming to bat here in the bottom of the second, and swinging on the first pitch. Justin Ruggiano flies out to Leonis Martin. 1 pitch and 1 away. And Willie Bloomquist will be next. Well, one of the noted things for the Mariners, the bench that they have this year, Bloomquist, Ruggiano, Weeks, much more experienced. They've had kind of a odd assembly of rookie and veteran players manning the bench. Not really consistent, but you get guys like these on your bench, you know you've improved your club. A lot more confidence going to a pinch hitter or another position player for Lloyd McClendon.
I think more and more you're seeing teams go to platoon situations with a lot of their players. Oakland has done it over the years. Looked like Seattle is going to do it a little bit this year. They've got Miller, the shortstop's a left-hand hitter. Bloomquist can play that position. Seth Smith, the left-hand hitter. Ruggiano can play that position. Same with Ackley. Ricky Weeks has been a solid hitter. May play a lot against left-handed pitching. And it's a way to keep your veteran sharp. Obviously, the left-hand hitters get more playing time because there's more right-handed pitchers. But at least the right-hand hitters know when they're going to play and get enough playing time to stay sharp, as opposed to guys that back up a guy that's playing every day and very seldom get a chance to play.
That pitch inside, so from 0-2 to 3-2 for Bloomquist. He's hitting 7th. He'll be followed by the first baseman, Logan Morrison. Payoff pitch from Detweiler. That ball is hit well to left field. Smolinski, though, has a bead drawn on this. He shaded his eyes momentarily and makes the grab for out number 2. Jake able to track that one down. 2 gone, and Logan Morrison coming up. You notice today that the Mariners not able to load up on right-handers in the lineup the way that teams have against Ross Detweiler so far this season.
Here's a better curveball. Big curveball down and away.
Logan Morrison and Kyle Seager and Robinson Cano, all left-handed hitters in the lineup. And that's something that Ross Detweiler can benefit from if he can make his pitches to them. Pitch outside.
I read in the notes that in his first 2 starts, only 3 of the 54 batters he faced have been left-hand hitters.
Yeah.
And he's been noticeably better in his career against left-hand hitters than right-hand hitters.
Good fastball in on his fist.
Marine Lance Corporal Cameron Thomas, who's stationed in Seattle, is at the ball game tonight. He's from Mansfield, Texas. Here today with some of his Marine brothers. Glad you're here, Cameron. Thanks to you and the rest of your Marine brothers for your service. And your family is watching back home, and they're very proud of you.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Now 3-2 to Morrison. Morrison is able to keep this inning alive. Jesus Sucre, the catcher, would be next. Payoff pitch. Ross Detweiler now will have to throw his 35th pitch of the afternoon, and hopefully it's the last pitch of this inning. We're going to have to do at least one more. Morrison hanging tough. Well, the Mariners last night had 11 base hits. They came in scuffling the same way the Rangers had been offensively. They have kind of righted the ship offensively a bit. Their foul ball.
Another good pitch. Got that fastball in on the fist.
Mariners now 9th in the American League of hitting at 226. They were dead last prior to the first game of the series. Still 12th in runs scored at 36. The other way, Beltre can't flag it down the left field line. Morrison, a big turn at first. He will hang on as Smolinski got to that ball quickly. A long at bat, and Morrison able to win out.
Yeah, you got to give credit to the hitter. He battled in that at bat. Ross made some pretty good pitches to him. That pitch is down and away. He goes the other way, slices it into left field for a base hit. Pretty nice job of hitting by Morrison right there.
Well, that is the 3rd hit of the afternoon for the Mariners. Here's Jesus Sucre, who has to jackknife out of the way of that inside fastball. It's the second ball game in which Sucre has appeared for the Mariners this year. It's a strike there. Career against the Rangers, you saw him a .235 average able to sneak into second base as Carlos Corcoran came up throwing a little belatedly, I guess, the reaction to that.
And Morrison had a big secondary lead after the pitch went to the plate. He got off of first base and took off immediately, and really no contest at second base.
Second stolen base for Logan Morrison as many nights. 2 balls and a strike to Sucre. Popped him up. Looked in Odor. Makes the grab, and that will do it. No runs a hit, 1 man left. We have finished 2 at Safeco Field. The Mariners leading the Rangers 2-0. Bark at the Park event. It's sponsored by Avoderm Natural Pet Foods, Nylabone, and Adams. Bring your dog to the park on Saturday, May 2nd for a pregame parade, and then watch the Rangers take on the A's with your pup. Visit TexasRangers.com/bark-at-the-park or register your dog today. Mariners leading 2-0. Rangers come to bat here in the top of the 3rd inning, and Leonis Martin is going to have a leadoff bunt single.
Well, Paxton falls off, as a lot of pitchers do, the opposite way of their throwing arm. So he falls off a little bit toward third base, which made his scramble to get this ball a little bit more difficult. And once he got running, there was no way Paxton was going to be able to recover and make that play.
One play from last inning has been changed. The official scorer taking the stolen base away from Logan Morrison and charging a pass ball to Carlos Corcoran. So for those of you who are keeping score at home, that no longer a stolen base.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, because he wasn't going on the play, but he had a big secondary lead, and he took off so quickly. If you weren't watching carefully, it probably looked like a stolen base.
0-1 the count to Elvis. Elvis out on a fine play by Robinson Cano in the first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Elvis with the average at 160 at the moment. In this series, Andrews now 1 for 8. Now 2-1.
Well, Leonis is bunting a lot, and we talk about him bunting quite frequently because he does it so much. He's the kind of bunter and runner that it really doesn't matter if you anticipate it. You have to anticipate that he's going to bunt because he does it so much. If he lays down the right bunt, there's nothing you can do about it anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
And Paxton doesn't like fall all over himself toward third base, but he does have to kind of pause before he gets started. Plus, he's a big guy, so he's not cat quick on the mound anyway. If you can bunt it toward second base, make the first baseman field it going toward second base, or the pitcher trying to come back and field it, they're not going to be able to get it there before Martin gets to first base. Pitcher won't do it in time, and the first baseman, if he fields it, there's no way the pitcher's going to get over to cover first base.
Yeah, Leonis has perfected to the point too where he can bunt it both ways, which I think is really a good thing for a guy with his kind of speed. You know, he can push it down the third base line or drag it with him.
Yeah, and if you got a left-hand pitcher, that might be when you choose to drag it. But even with Seager playing in, he can still lay it down the third baseline and beat it out.
Broken bat roller out towards short. Bloomquist a wide throw, and Elvis is safe. So the Rangers have 2 men aboard with nobody out.
Well, he got jammed so badly that the ball wasn't hit very hard. And Bloomquist, who's a utility player and a valuable one because he basically plays every position on the field, right now is struggling to make this type of a play, at least on this one. He charges it. Doesn't quite have the same kind of arm strength that Brad Miller has. Has to hustle to make his throw. His throw is high, pulls Morrison off the bag. Rangers have a little something going now.
The official scorer crediting an error to Bloomquist on that, taking a base hit away from Elvis. But anyway, Rangers have runners at first and second, nobody out, and Prince Fielder taking ball one. Fielder had an infield single in the first inning. Prince with that average creeping back up to the 400 mark, 396 at the moment.
Paxton's career is brief. He hasn't been in the big leagues very long. But in his brief career, left-hand hitters have actually hit higher against him than right-hand hitters.
Down the left field line, it is slicing and going foul.
Well, if that hits fair and misses the stands, that's 2 runs and a double.
Ball just into the stands down that left field line. Fielder taking off. He thought that was going to be fair, or had a chance anyway.
Yeah, you can't see it from our angle, but that probably had a lot of right to left slicing action on it. Probably was 10 feet fair. Nice shirt. Guy's a player.
1-1 to Fielder. Chopper to the hole. It's through for a base hit. Leonis Martin waved around third. He will score. And Prince Fielder continues to scald the baseball with runners in scoring position. He is now 6 for 10. And the Rangers have cut into the Seattle lead. It's 2-1.
Well, that's taken advantage of an opportunity. Martin took advantage of the left-hand pitcher and bunted on him and beat it out. Elvis hit a little dribbler. Turned out to be an error. 2 men on, nobody out. Now Prince has grounded a ball into right field, taking advantage of that situation. And you've got middle of the order coming up after him, trying to do some more damage.
A Fielder 2 out of 2 today. Rick Waits, the pitching coach for the Mariners, out to slow things down for James Paxton. Prince Fielder with RBI number 6. He is now tied with Robinson Chirinos for the team high in that category. How about Fielder? He is 6 for 10. The rest of the team is 11 for 77.
He's definitely finding some holes. I'd have to think there's a real good chance that Adrian's going to hit a ball hard right here.
It seems
for a
like
lot of different reasons. He's due for one. Well, he's hit balls hard. He's due to find a hole is what he's due for.
This might work just as well. Seager will not have a play any place.
There you go. He's due to get a base hit like that.
There you go.
This has got to be a fairly frustrating inning for Seattle. Not that we really care about that, but a bunt, a dribbler for an error, a ground ball into right field, and a high chopper to third base. That had to be high. He'd had no play at first base against Adrian. Just pounds that ball right off a home plate.
Yep.
It's about as high as you'll see a chopper.
And for Beltre, that snapped an 0 for 18 streak. Hey, you'd rather be lucky a lot of times than.
Well, he had that line shot in the first game right at the third baseman.
Shin-Soo Choo takes the breaking ball. It is 1-0. Well, the base is full of Rangers. A run across. Nobody out here in the third. Choo, a fly ball to left, his first time. 3 career grand slams for the Ranger right fielder. And a slow chopper to first. Coming in to score, Elvis Andrus, as Morrison had only one play, and that was to first. And Shin-Soo Choo with a ground out ties the ball game at 2 as Andrus scores.
Well, even that one obviously was a slowly hit ball, but it was probably good that it was slowly hit. They couldn't get a double play. He didn't have time to go home. So he got the out at first. The Rangers pick up a run, and with one out, they've moved men to second and third for Adam Rosales. So that was an effective out, chop to first base.
That might be the literal translation of small ball.
This whole inning is small ball.
And Adam Rosales bangs one to left. Fielder will score. Stopping at third is Beltre. Adam Rosales gets the Rangers on top with his RBI single. It is 3-2 Texas.
Well, they've hit a couple soft ones, and now they've got a line drive to left field. Picked up another run. So Adam continues to get some playing time, and when he does, he usually makes something happen. The other night he made something happen defensively with a beautiful diving play, then drove in an insurance run in the 9th inning. Today he puts the Rangers ahead here in the 3rd inning. Well hit ball to left field.
No runners now at the corners, and still just one out. Here's Rougned Odor. Odor reached on an error by Kyle Seager in the 2nd inning. Big breaking ball is just wide of the mark. 1-0. Rougned now 1 for his last 10 times to the plate. Trying to pick up Beltre from third. Cano to second. Bloomquist back to first, not in time. In to score Beltre. And Rougned Odor beating out the back end of that potential double play. Gets the RBI. The Rangers lead it 4-2.
That's a very effective inning. Even the outs have been effective. First and third, you hit a hard ground ball to second, it's a double play, inning over. You hit a chopper to second base, they don't have time to turn a double play. Safe at first base, pick up an RBI in the 4th run. So everything that's happened this inning has been very effective, whether the guy's reached or whether he's been out. Still moved the runners or scored a run with the outs.
First pitch to Jake Smolinski is down and in for ball 1. Yeah, we'll go back to how this inning started with a bunt base hit from Leonys Martin. And Tom, you were talking about in our remarks at the opening of the show today, the importance of having a guy like Martin provide that spark.
Yeah, and he's done it in this series. The first 2 games, he had 3 hits and a walk, getting on base, and starts this rally, small ball rally, with a bunt single. That's pretty much exactly what the Rangers are looking for from Leonys. Top of the order, get on base, make things happen. So not an inning where the Rangers have pounded the ball. They've had 4 hits and 4 runs.
2-0 the count to Smolinski. Now 3-0. Jake trying to continue this line. He gets aboard. Carlos Corporan, the 9th place hitter, is next. Smolinski, the 8th batter to come to the plate here in the 3rd inning for Texas. 3-1. Jake hit the ball hard to right field his first time up. See what he's been able to do with walks this year. He's had 5 of them in 24 plate appearances. You go back to last year.
That's pretty dramatic.
Only 3 in 92 plate appearances. He hits this ball well to left field. Back at the wall, Ruggiano, goodbye! Jake Smolinski His first home run of the year. The Rangers lead it 6-2.
Well, it's such an effective inning for the Rangers. They've just done everything they can to maximize this inning, taking advantage of the bunt single and an error to get it started. They played a lot of small ball, little dribblers in the infield, and then a little bit of long ball. Adam Rosales hit a line drive to drive in a run. Jake gets a high fastball right down the middle of the plate, and he puts a little long ball to cap off a 6-run inning.
Carlos Corcoran slices one down the right field line into the corner, and one hop off the wall behind the wall. It's going to be a ground rule double for Corcoran, and the inning continues. Let's go back to Jake Smolinski's swing on that high fastball.
Well, Jake, is off to a slow start statistically. We talked about that with Adrian Beltre, how it's magnified at the beginning of the year. But we saw enough of Jake last year to know that he can be a solid hitter and a solid producer for the Rangers. And there's a great example of it right there, launching one out of the ballpark to continue this inning, make it a huge inning.
Yeah, Leonis Martin up for the second time. He was the one that started all this against James Paxton. The latest, Carlos Corcoran going the other way, slices one into the corner. Up the middle, that's into center field, a base hit. Corcoran being waved around third. There will be no throw. Leonis Martin with the RBI single. It is 7-2, and that is going to be it for James Paxton. The bookends in the inning for Martin, a bunt base hit to get it started, and an RBI single to finish off Paxton.
It started so harmlessly for Paxton, and it's just gotten progressively worse with each hitter, it seems. The outs have been productive, and now they've gone home run, double, well-hit base hit, and that's it.
So James Paxton's afternoon comes to a dramatic end very quickly here in the third inning. He goes 2 2/3, and he is done for the afternoon. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. All right, John, thank you. Sunday afternoon fights in Kansas City. Tyler Olson, 25-year-old left-hander, has entered the ballgame to take over for James Paxton. Rangers have scored 7 times in this third inning. Numbers for Tyler Olson. This is 6th appearance of the year. He's a 25-year-old out of Gonzaga University. He was a 7th-round pick by the Mariners in the 2013 draft. Pitched as high as Double-A last year, made the ball club out of spring training this year. Elvis Andrus at the plate. Olson working on Leonys Martin at first, who has 2 singles in this inning. Martin with an RBI, his 3rd of the year. Elvis, after the bunt base hit by Martin to open up the 3rd inning, reached on an error, and that error really has opened the floodgates.
It's just so obvious what the leadoff man means to an offense, and the games where he's getting on base and making things happen, the Rangers have much better chance of scoring runs. That's obvious and evident in this series.
0-2 to Elvis.
Been on base 6 times so far in the 3 games.
That ball is hit well to left field. Going back is Ruggiano at the track. He can't see it and just finds it at the last second to make the catch. Well, Ruggiano was completely lost on that ball, looking up into the sun, and somehow found it. Well, that'll do it, but the Rangers put a 7 on the board. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's now 7-2 Rangers. And it's also the first kids giveaway of the season. The first 7,500 kids 13 and under will receive a U t-shirt. That's courtesy of Scott's Miracle Grow. Visit TexasRangers.com for tickets today. Well, Ross Detweiler has a 5-run advantage now as he goes to work in the 3rd inning, facing the top of the Mariner order. Austin Jackson led the game off for Seattle by homering to left, his first round tripper of the year. 2 balls and no strikes. Detweiler, who had a 3-0 lead his last outing against the Angels, couldn't hang on to that. See if he can do that with a 7-2 lead in the 3rd inning here today. 2-1 the count. Jackson a 257 hitter, 256 hitter. And ball 3 sails high. Ross has not walked anyone this afternoon, nor has he struck out a Mariner hitter. And he has issued his first walk.
Well, we had an at-bat like that back in Texas, Buzz, when we were talking about a pitcher goes out in this kind of a game and walks the leadoff hitter. That's the last thing he wants to do, but sometimes he's trying so hard not to walk the guy that it works against him.
Yeah, if you tell yourself don't do this, chances are you've got a better shot at doing it.
Yeah.
You just go out and focus on what you want to do instead of being negative about it. You're okay.
I'm going to attack this guy aggressively with strikes rather than I don't want to walk him.
Right. Here's Ricky Weeks, who popped out to second base in the first. He takes very high for ball one, and Mike Maddox on the top step of that Ranger dugout. He was kind of kneeling down there. Now he's up on, almost pins and needles.
I give it one more ball right here, and we're going to see Mike.
And Weeks skies one to center. Thank you very much. Leonis Martin has it. One gone.
Pretty decent fastball. Jammed Weeks the last time. Didn't really jam him that time, but very harmless fly ball to center field.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about using the big part of this ballpark to your advantage. You can get guys to hit it between the alleys there. You've got a pretty good shot of having success.
Yep.
So, one gone. Here is Robinson Cano, who shattered his bat first time up, hit a little comebacker to Ross Detweiler. Ross trying to encourage Cano to do the same thing with that new bat. Cano wouldn't swing at it. Detweiler a check of first. And misses high and tight. 2-0. Cano, the kind of hitter in this situation, pretty tough to get him to swing early in the count at anything close. He'll take a pitch or two. Now, if you throw one right down the middle, he's going to rip it somewhere. But he's not the kind of hitter that will go up there and not pay attention to what the score is or what his job is, and that would be to get aboard. Two-zero pitch coming. 2-1. Well, we have a second here. We'll take a look at the Ford leaderboard. Your league leaders in double plays turn. The Rangers one ahead of Oakland for the American League leadership. 15 turned by the Rangers. They had 3 here the other night. Friday night, the opener. Kansas City and Tampa Bay next. That's low and inside. 3 balls and a strike to Cano. Cano a .234 average as he bats here in the third inning. 1 on, 1 out. Detweiler a check of first. 3-2. That pitch got a pretty good chunk out of Carlos Corporan. He's going to take a second to recover.
That must have been a pretty good pitch to have that kind of a swing at a 3-1 pitch. Actually, probably out of the strike zone. If not, definitely not a hitter's pitch. Hit that ball, probably be a weak ground ball to second base.
Home plate umpire Bill Miller taking a little time to let Carlos regroup. 3-2 with 1 out. Austin Jackson, the runner at first. Robinson Cano in the second year of a 10-year deal with the Seattle Mariners. To right field. Chu over to cut it off. It is in for a base hit. Around to third goes Jackson. And the second bat that Cano has broken this afternoon, but that one fell in. That little looper to right field. So runners at the corners, 1 out for Nelson Cruz.
And Ross fell behind in the count to Cano, but he still made good pitches. The 3-1 pitch was a quality pitch. Cano had a bad swing at it. And then this pitch is in, just like the one he tapped back to the mound off the plate. Almost the exact same pitch, really. It jammed him, and he was able to just loop a little semi-line drive into right field. So he got a hit, but not a bad pitch by Ross.
Mike Maddox out there to settle things down a little bit. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Nelly Cruz, who homered to left, in the first. He is stepping to the plate. And again, Mike out there with a message of, okay, what's happened's happened. Now let's go after Cruz and be smart about it. Cruz now 7 home runs, 10 RBI. And he hits a towering fly ball to left field. Smolinski back at the wall. That ball is gone. Nelly Cruz hits a moonshot that gets out of here. The Ranger lead is down to 1. It is 7-6. I think that's 7-5. Down to 2.
Well, when Nelly's hot, even when he's not hot, he's still a good fastball hitter on balls down and out over the plate. Got one down and out over the plate the first time. Not sure exactly where that pitch was. Looked like it was down a little bit. Let's take a look. Yeah, he wants it in. It's in. And I guess you just have to give Nelly credit. Maybe he didn't get it quite as far in as he wanted, but it definitely didn't catch the middle of the plate. Hit it anyway.
A third home run this afternoon by the Mariners. 2 of them by that man, Nelson Cruz, the major league leader with 8 home runs now.
Coming into the game, Seattle had scored 60% of their runs on the home run. Obviously gone up a little bit with today's game.
Yeah, all 5 of them coming via the long ball.
Yeah, you can look at Cano's little looper, jam shot into right field, and Cruz's home run, but the bottom line is this inning started out 7-2 game and a leadoff walk to the leadoff hitter, and that pretty much set the stage for what's happened.
That's right. That's a very good point. And Anthony Bass getting loose in that Ranger bullpen. I think if there's one pitching axiom in baseball, it's the base on balls come back to kill you when you're ahead in the game. Seager finds one to left center field. That is down for a hit. Leonis Martin cuts it off. Seager will hang on with a long single.
Well, maybe it's going to be one of those ball games, back and forth. Mariners came right back after the Rangers popped 7 runs in the top of the third. Ball that stayed up a little bit on the outside part of the plate. Seager covers the plate very well. He'll hit that outside pitch to left field and pull the ball on the inside part of the plate.
Carlos Corcoran going out to eat up a little bit of time to let Anthony Bass get more loose in the bullpen. Well, reeling at the moment, Ross Detweiler. A walk to open things up to Austin Jackson, then a fly out by Weeks. A jam shot single by Cano, and then the 3-run home run off the bat of Nelson Cruz that was not a jam shot. It had a lot of air underneath it, and it got out of here with pretty good margin. And Seager with the base hit to center. Justin Ruggiano, a fly ball to center. His first time to the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Detweiler's next pitch. Slow chopper to third. Beltre had a little trouble getting it out of the glove and safe at first. There's Ruggiano. I don't think Adrian got a very good read on that ball coming off the bat. I don't think he saw it very well because normally he would charge that ball and get it before that long hop.
Yeah, when he waited on it, he just didn't have a lot of time. And even the slight bobble was all that Ruggiano needed to beat that ball out at first base. He's playing way back. Thought about charging it, waited back, and just that little pause trying to get the ball out of his glove allowed Ruggiano to beat it.
Well, that's going to do it for Ross Detweiler, and he goes 2 1/3. He leaves with the tying runs on base here in the 3rd inning, and Anthony Bass coming on in. We'll tell you about Anthony when we come back after this timeout on Fox Sports Southwest. on in a situation that not an enviable one by any means. This is the fourth appearance for Bass. He's worked 10 2/3. Anthony, the 27-year-old from the Detroit area, the long man, and he has been on display 3 previous times, the opposition hitting .225 against him. Runners at first and second, 1 out. And Willie Bloomquist, the hitter, takes high for ball 1.
Oh, it's obviously a critical point in the game, even though it's early. Rangers clinging to a 2-run lead with a couple of men on, but it's a good opportunity for Anthony to come in, hold the Mariners right here. If the Rangers can hold the lead, he could pick up a victory for himself.
Bloomquist to right center field. Martin getting himself set to throw as he catches the ball. And that out number 2 going to bring up Logan Morrison. Logan Morrison had a base hit to left field his first time up. Ross Detweiler in 2 1/3 innings gave up 7 hits. He's been charged with 5 runs. The 2 runners on base his responsibility. 1 walk, no strikeouts. Anthony Bass trying to preserve the Ranger lead. It currently is 7-5 Texas. Morrison takes ball 1. Bass has entered the game with 2 runners aboard this time. He had previously entered his 3 games with a couple of runners aboard, neither of whom scored. Trying to duplicate that here. Tapper behind home plate, and the count moves to 1-1. Bass, the major league leader in relief innings this year, the early going, 10 2/3 coming in, so 11 relief innings under his belt already. Timeout, worked 5 innings against the Astros. That was time before. A strike, and it's 1-2. Morrison, a .211 hitter. Seager at second, Ruggiano at first. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Anthony Bass signing in the offseason with the Rangers. A free agent acquisition. Spent time with the Astros, with the Padres at the major league level. The 2-2 pitch. Call strike 3. Morrison caught admiring that Anthony Bass offering, and that'll do it. So Bass shuts the door. The Mariners scored 3 times and strand 2. On to the 4th, 7-5 Texas. pride at a Texas Rangers game. Get discounted tickets for the Monday, April 27th game against these Mariners. The first 1,000 fans with an SMU ticket at the park that night get a free Rangers cap in SMU blue, red, and white colors. Go to TexasRangers.com/SMU for details. Prince Fielder leading things off, Tyler Olson. Olson came on to get the final out of the third inning. Got Elvis Andrus in a fly ball. Fielder, a couple of base hits and 2 trips. He saw the
just a little outside.
Yeah. Tyler Olson had a little bit of a hard time getting that ball going southwest. Prince, a pair of singles, an RBI. He has scored a run. Now 3-1 the count. Well, Prince trying to get aboard to start the Ranger fourth. He followed by Adrian Beltre. Rangers 7 runs on 9 hits this afternoon. Mariners 5 runs on 7 hits. They've committed 2 errors.
Good fastball, good swing. Prince has not swung and missed much this year.
No.
He obviously had the long streak, 30-something straight plate appearances without a strikeout. But in the meantime, not many swings and misses.
The 3-2 pitch. Ball, strike 3, and Prince knew it. That ball starting right at his hip and caught the inside corner. As Olson gets a strikeout, his first.
Yep, very good pitch by Olson. 3-1 pitch was a fastball. That ball looks like it starts out at first base somewhere. Comes back and catches the inside corner. Going to get a lot of left-handed hitters out with that pitch.
He sure is. Here's Adrian Beltre, who had a chopper off the plate for a single last inning. I don't think Adrian was trying to chop that one down to home plate. He was trying to chop it out of the ballpark. Beltre, a 5-year member of the Seattle Mariners here. One ball, one strike. Adrian on a pretty good streak of his own. This is the 153rd consecutive game that Adrian has played. He was once he got back in the lineup last April after that little quad injury. He's developed the 3rd longest active streak of consecutive games played in the American League. Chopped down foul, got a pretty good piece of his foot. Adrian to 153. Evan Longoria leading the major leagues with a 254 gamer. And Freddie Freeman with 177, then Beltre. Also with a 2-2. Second straight full count to a Ranger hitter. Adrian forgetting momentarily as he got back out of the box and skipped back in there. Olson to the wind, the payoff pitch. Missed it, ball 4. Beltre aboard for the second time. A 1-out walk, Shin-Soo Choo coming up. And let's take a look at the T-Mobile game changer for you. Today, Yoenis Cespedes against the White Sox, a first inning grand slam, a third inning 2-run home run.
Tigers' acquisitions over the offseason are paying some huge dividends. Shane Green got the win in that game. He's 3-0. Pitched like 23 innings, I think. And giving up only a couple of runs. His ERA is like 0.40. Been a huge acquisition. Fortunately, the Yankees needed a shortstop, D.D. Gregorius, and in that, I guess it was a 3-team trade, Tigers came away with Shane Green. He's more than replaced Max Scherzer, who signed as a free agent with Washington. No one could have pitched much better than Shane Green has pitched for him after 3 games.
The Tigers winning that ball game over the White Sox today, 9-1. Shin-Soo Choo had an RBI on a ground out in the third inning. He is 0 for 2 today. Got Beltre at first with 1 out. 1 ball and 1 strike. Choo was signed by the Mariners back in 2000. Made his debut with them in 2005. Never really got things together here. Went over to Cleveland and became an outstanding major league player. That pitch behind him, and it was a breaking ball that hit him on the backside.
Yep, he said, "Go ahead and hit me. I'll take that one. I'll take a base runner."
A walk and a hit batter. Rangers have 2 aboard with 1 out. And Adam Rosales will be next.
Olson struggling with his command in this inning. He ended up striking out Prince, but he was behind 3-1. Walked Adrian, tried to drop that curveball in there. Dropped it right on the backside of Shin-Soo, and Rangers have another base runner. Trying to keep this run, keep the run scoring alive right here. Adam drove in a run with a line drive, trying to do it again. He was trying to get some of those subpar 200 averages up over 200.
Yeah. Now, Rosales, the RBI single in the third inning. Ground ball to short his first time up. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Rosales, an RBI in each of his last 3 ball games that he has played. Getting a start today at first base, his 4th start of the year at that position. Line drive foul down the right side, and very quickly it's no balls and 2 strikes. Another nice crowd on hand here this afternoon. A bright, sunny, cool day at Safeco Field, featuring some large crowds. They had a crowd of better than 43,000 last night. And in the early going, the Mariners 3rd in the American League with an average of over 35,000 per game. Oh, 0-2 to Rosales. A good off-speed pitch by Olson. That is his 2nd strikeout. And Rougned Odor will be next.
Yep, same kind of pitch that struck out Prince.
Odor 0 for 2, but he did drive in a run with a fielder's choice ground out. Also came around to score himself. Got Beltre at second, Choo at first. Morrison, the first baseman, will win that race to the bag, and that'll do it. Rangers get a couple of runners, but Strand 2. We finished 3.5. It remains the Rangers 7 and the Mariners 5. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by the Mazda 6. J.D. Power has awarded the Mazda 6 highest ranked vehicle appeal among midsize cars. Well, the Mariners come to bat here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Anthony Bass on the mound. Jesus Sucre, the catcher, takes strike one. It'll be Sucre, Jackson, and Weeks. First three hitters due up in the fourth inning. Mariners scored 2 in the first on a pair of solo home runs. They got 3 in the third inning. A 3-run blast. Nelly Cruz, his second home run of the day. Sucre popped out to second. Back in the second. Elvis triggers that throw. One gone.
Anthony has come on and settled things down a little bit. 3 up and 3 down. Got the final 2 outs with men on first and second in the third. Now gets a leadoff hitter here in the fourth.
Austin Jackson will be next. Jackson is homered and walked. Walked and scored ahead of Nelly Cruz home run. Pitch high from Bass. 1 ball, no strikes. Austin Jackson, the Denton, Texas native. Two and 0. Two balls and 1 strike. Anthony Bass, originally a San Diego Padre draft pick out of Wayne State University in Detroit. He was a 5th rounder in 2008. Made his major league debut with the Padres back in 2011. The 2-2 is on the way. And the count goes full. Austin Jackson trying to get aboard for the 3rd time today. He'll be followed by Ricky Weeks. And Elvis busy this inning. 2 gone. Now the designated hitter Weeks coming up. Ricky Weeks hit the ball in the air a couple of times today. Popped out to second and flied to center. Nothing in 1. Ricky Weeks 0 for 2 against Anthony Bass. One and 1. A little over 31,000 on hand on this Sunday afternoon here in Seattle. We remarked, yesterday, the weather up here has just been spectacular. I can't remember in April that we've come to Seattle where it's been this gorgeous. I mean, not a cloud in the sky and mild temperatures in the mid-60s. It has been great. 64 degrees as we play here this afternoon. Bass to the wind for the 2-2 pitch. Up the middle, deflected by Bass. Odor can't come up with it, but Weeks still has pretty good wheels, and he was going to beat that out. Be an infield single for Weeks.
I don't know if Roogie could have made a play on that ball or not if he caught it and thrown it. Not a very hard hit ball. You can see Weeks sprinting down the line, smelling a base hit. Might have had a shot at it. He's got a strong arm, even though it would have been a play he'd have to make on the run. If he could have thrown it accurately, he might have had a shot.
That goes down as the 8th base hit by the Mariners here this afternoon. The first off Anthony Bass. Robinson Cano, 1 for 2. Cano singled in the third. Tap back to the box in the first inning. Cano 1 for 2 against Bass in their previous matchups. That one was a double. Now 2-0 the count. Robinson Cano, a perennial all-star at second base. Takes the off-speed pitch that floats in, and it's 2-1. Bass a check of first. Tardy pulling the trigger.
Yeah, Cano really, he's got a hit today, but hadn't really been swinging the bat all that well. Looked bad on some of his swings. Good location with that fastball tailing away. One base hit was just a looping line drive to right field that he hit off the handle last time up. Unfortunately, came right before Cruz's home run.
Chop foul. Yeah, timing is everything, and that was not real good timing for the Rangers.
Nope.
It did for Cano, though, extend his hitting streak to 6 straight games. He's now 9 for his last 23 times to the plate. Four out of 10 in this series. Weeks at first with 2 out. Cano hitting out of that pretty much straightaway stance. Inside. The snap throw to first. Weeks, though, back ahead of a swipe tag by Adam Rosales. A throw maybe on the fair side of the bag might have made it a close play. So with 2 outs now and a full count, Weeks will be off and moving. Cano trying to get aboard to extend this inning. Nelson Cruz, a guy that the Rangers would love to have lead off the 5th inning, waiting to be next. There goes Weeks, payoff pitch. Looped out over short into left center field, a base hit.
Again, not a hard hit ball by Cano. Anthony made a lot of good pitches in that at bat. Cano fouled him off and then just blooped one over shortstop.
Well, Mike Maddox again hit it out to the mound. Yeah, that was a well located fastball right there for 3-2.
You can look at the Fox tracks and see pitches all around the strike zone, but not much in the middle of the plate. In fact, nothing in the middle of the plate. One of the reasons he didn't have great swings in that at bat is he didn't have much to swing at.
Mike Maddox out there talking with Anthony Bass, Carlos Corcoran, Elvis Andrus looking on. Nelson Cruz, who is 2 for 2, a pair of home runs. 4 runs driven in. Now has 13 RBI and 8 home runs this year. 15th career 2 home run game, the second this year for the Mariners. Anthony Bass trying to preserve the lead here in the 4th inning. Cruz a .364 average.
There's one of the keys right there. When he's in this kind of a streak, he's going to be aggressive. Don't throw him a strike.
Weeks at second, Cano at first. Bass checks him. We'll show you the 2 home runs. The first inning home run, down and in, and Cruz put it down and out into the bullpen. In the third inning, with 2 runners aboard, Cruz just hit a moonshot that got into the Ranger bullpen. Cues this one off the end of the bat. And the count now is a ball and 2 strikes. Eight-game hitting streak. Cruz hitting over 500 in that streak. All 8 of his home runs and all 13 of his RBI have come in the last 8 ball games. Bass with count leverage gets the strikeout. Cruz on a slider is gone. The Mariners strand 2 on a couple of hits. We have finished 4. Rangers 7, Mariners 5 on Fox Sports Southwest. We head to the 5th inning, and Jake Smolinski to start things off against Tyler Olson. Will be Smolinski, Corporate, and Leonis Martin. Jake, a huge 2-run home run in that 3rd inning. His first of the year. And he drives another one to left field.
Just missed it.
Wind will cut that down a bit. Ruggiano halfway back on the warning track makes the catch. Boy, he did too. And Jake now 2 for 3. Now the Mariner uniforms kind of harkening back to the initial days of the Seattle Mariners back in '77. Our AT&T U-verse rewind for you. There it is. The obligatory demolition of the Kingdome.
Yep, those uniforms bring back memories. Bruce Bhakti.
Yeah.
Mark Langston. Willie Horton was there for a while in that uniform.
Richie Zisk.
Yep.
Rupert Jones.
Rupert Jones. Alvin Davis.
Yeah. Rookie of the Year.
Harold Reynolds.
Omar Vizquel.
Yeah.
That dust just about ready to settle now after all these years. That Kingdome was on the site now occupied by CenturyLink Field, which is out in beyond the left field seats. There's CenturyLink over there, home of the Seahawks and the Sounders. A great complex here in Seattle. Safeco and CenturyLink, shared parking lots, and just, great views of downtown and Puget Sound. 2-2, the count to Corcoran. He's run the count full, so Carlos trying to get aboard here with one out. Leonis Martin in the top of the Ranger lineup is waiting to be next. Olsen to the payoff pitch. Got him on the fist, and over the pop-up. Seager has to shade his eyes with his glove, makes the catch in foul territory for out number 2. Well, the bullpens have kind of restored order in this game. Kind of got out of hand in that third inning on both sides, and both Tyler Olsen and Anthony Bass have come on to say, whoa, guys, that's enough for a while. Let's get back to sanity here. Pitching sanity. Leonis Martin, 2 out of 3. He's going to try and bunt again, but this one is going to be played by Tyler Olsen and played effectively. 1-2-3 inning, the first of its kind here this afternoon. Rangers gone. We've played half the ball game. It's the Rangers 7 and the Mariners 5 on Fox Sports Southwest. Mariners at Globe Life Park, and the first 15,000 fans in attendance will get a Derek Holland Garden Gnome sponsored by Reliant. This gnome, you know, is going to go quickly, so get your tickets now at TexasRangers.com. Kyle Seager starting off the Mariner 5th inning and takes the first Anthony Bass pitch high for ball 1. Seager 1 for 2 this afternoon, singled in the 3rd inning. 1 ball and 1 strike.
A very nice job by Anthony pitching his way out of a little bit of a jam in the 4th inning. The good thing about that inning, after 2 quick outs, he came back and held him scoreless and got rid of Cano and Cruz, so you don't have to face them. He made some great pitches on Nelly, though. You know, Nelly's going to be aggressive. You get ahead in the count. In that situation, you can make him swing at that slider down and away and out of the strike zone. Anthony made a couple of really good pitches with the slider.
And he gets Seager here on a called 3rd strike.
A nice changeup right there.
Bill Miller ringing it up, and Seager said, oh no. Anthony Bass with his 3rd strikeout.
Yeah, it's all about taking advantage of your opportunities, and Anthony has had some good opportunities. He made the ball club out of spring training, and he's pitched in a number of games in this same role, long relief. This one, he's got a chance if he can continue to keep the Rangers ahead to win a ball game for them. Good fastball with movement, throwing some good sliders.
Dustin Ackley up for his first at bat of the afternoon. He is pinch hitting for Justin Ruggiano, and no doubt will stay in the ball game to take over and left. And I don't know how that ball didn't go out.
It's got part of his finger on that ball.
It does. I think Bass came inside between the hands and the jersey. 0-2 pitch. Tried it again, and Ackley a little bit quicker that time.
Showing some good velocity along with good command of a moving fastball. Coming right at him too.
Yeah, he's not messing around. Bass staying right on top that pitching rubber, and back to work he goes. Just missed the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Low, Ackley able to check his swing. The appeal down to third. Third base umpire Adam Hamari said, nah, no swing, 2-2. Anthony Bass firing it up around letter high, and Dustin Ackley fouling him straight back. Pitch in the dirt. Pretty good tussle here between these two has gone to a full count. Ackley trying to get aboard with 1 out. Willie Bloomquist, the shortstop, is waiting in the on-deck circle. Bass with a payoff pitch. Taking ball, and Gonzalez overhand flip to Bass covering. Ackley is out, 2 gone. And before Willie Bloomquist comes up, time for a Mazda game break. Here's John Radigan. All right, John.
I'm glad John finished that one off. I can remember the one from way back, but I forgot it was Terry Mulholland.
Willie Bloomquist, a couple of flyouts here this afternoon. One's to left, one's to center. Bloomquist, a .222 average for the year. Hits that ball by Beltre down the third baseline. Bloomquist puts the brakes on as he takes a big turn at first. Smolinski getting the ball back in quickly.
The Ranger outfielders have done a good job in this ball game. Leonis has done it twice on balls hit to center field, cutting the ball off, getting it back to the infield before the runner, who was thinking about going to second, could have any chance of getting there. They've all gone back to first base. Jake has to do it here. Get there quickly, come up firing. The runner didn't want to take a chance.
Well, the 10th hit of the afternoon for the Mariners. Bloomquist at first with 2 outs. Logan Morrison has one of those 10 base hits. That was a hit back in the 2nd inning and a single. Last time up, a strikeout. Morrison, a .205 average. Bass a check at first, and he will toss it that way, driving Bloomquist back. One-0 pitch. Diving stop by Odor from his knees. He throws him out. How about Rougned Odor? Great range and a strong arm from his knees, able to get the out at first base. So no runs, a hit, 1 man left. We go to the 6th inning. 7-5 Rangers. Brought to you by Sonic. Today's jackpot is worth $400 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Today the Rangers are hitting for Leanna Ladyman from Abilene. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Leanna Ladyman from Abilene will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant.
Both relievers have come in and done a nice job. Gotten out of an inning and then thrown 2 shutout innings apiece. Kind of quieted the game down after a 7-5 3-inning start.
Pitch to Elvis. And the count moves to 0-2. Elvis has reached on an error, scored a run. 0 for 3 officially today. Tyler Olson to the wind. Olson's 1-2. Pulled down the left field line. It is hooking into the corner. A fair ball. Going to be extra bases for Elvis. Dig it out is Dustin Ackley, the new left fielder. And Elvis with a leadoff double here in the Rangers' 6th inning. He's in scoring position for Prince Fielder.
Elvis hit a ball kind of like that for the last out of the 3rd inning, only a lot farther. A ball that Ruggiano in left field battled the sun and made the play. It was a breaking ball that he was way out in front of. Elvis had to reach for that ball, but he's just trying to guard the plate with 2 strikes. Hit it solidly right down the line. Rangers trying to take a bigger lead now.
Well, Prince Fielder 2 for 3 today. Had a base hit in the 3rd inning, driving in the run. Get another look at Elvis driving that ball down the 3rd baseline. Fielder 2 for 3. Another multi-hit game, his 8th of the year. Dustin Ackley, saw him go into the corner after Elvis's double. Ackley had come on as a pinch hitter for Ruggiano last half inning. 0-1 the count to Prince. Well, the mind might be willing, but the posterior is going the other way.
Yeah, this kid's got a good breaking ball to left-hand hitters. Big sweeping breaking ball that just keeps on breaking. Not a hard thrower, but pretty nice curveball he's got.
Saw the numbers for Prince. He's right at 400 now with the batting average. Got him swinging. Tyler Olson working him over pretty well. Gets a big strikeout. One away, and now Adrian Beltre coming up.
I think they're going to pitch to Adrian right
I wouldn't
here.
think so. Third strikeout for Olson.
Well, Olson could stay in the big leagues for a long time with that breaking ball, just coming in to face left-hand hitters. That's not the role he's got now. It's more of a long man. But if it ever develops into a kind of a specialist role, he's got the breaking ball to get the job done.
Well, Beltre going to take the intentional walk. Adrian walked last time unintentionally. Also had an infield single. That was back in the big third inning for the Rangers. So that'll set the table for Shin-Soo Choo with a couple of runners on. And one out to face Tyler Olson. And the fourth wide one. The runners at first and second. Choo coming to the plate, and Shin-Soo, the only time that he faced Olson this afternoon was hitting the pocketbook by a pitch. A breaking ball that just hung inside to him and plunked him. A chance here to add on to the Ranger lead. 7-5 Texas. Choo had his fourth RBI on a ground out in the third inning. Line drive, base hit to center field. Elvis around third will score. Beltre around second will motor to third, and Shin-Soo Choo comes up with a big RBI single. It is 8-5 Texas.
Well, there's the breaking ball that he threw to Prince, only he never got this one down and away where he wanted it. It stayed up well enough for Shin-Soo to wait on it and drive it into right field. He's trying to throw it down and away. Got it slightly away, but it stayed up. And a nice swing by Shin-Soo. Stayed with that breaking ball and lined it past Cano in the right center field. Big hit, big insurance run for the Rangers.
And that RBI single is going to drive Tyler Olson from the game as Lloyd McClendon is out taking the ball from the left-hander, so that'll do it. Olson will leave trailing 8-5 with runners at first and third and just one out. We'll tell you about his replacement when we come back after this timeout on Fox Sports Southwest. Year-old right-hander Carson Smith, who is a Dallas native. Smith, the 8th round pick by the Mariners back in the 2011 draft. Came out of Grayson County Community College. Also attended Texas State University.
He's out. Go ahead, Buzz.
Oh, that's all right. But
I was just going to say that he's off to a good start this year. He has good numbers. He's signed, looks like, as a closer. He's been a reliever all through the minor leagues. Mitch Moreland has going to come up and hit for Adam Rosales. It's good to see Mitch able to come out and swing the bat. Smith in the minor leagues, 155 innings, had 193 strikeouts. Only 131 hits. A little bit of an unorthodox delivery. Looks like he gets it up there pretty good, though. 93 miles an hour.
And he's dealing to Mitch Moreland, who's hitting for Adam Rosales. That sharp
slider.
Wow. That thing darting down and into Mitch Moreland. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mitch, a 259 average. Missed a couple of games, had a little bit of soreness in that left elbow. He's got a bone chip or some kind of loose body floating around in there. As long as it doesn't lock his elbow up, he's okay. Another breaking ball. That one down and in, and Moreland down on the count, 1-2. Moreland facing Carson Smith, a big, tall, angular right-hander at 6'6". Made his major league debut last year with the Mariners, 9 ball games. Pitch chopped foul. A ball and 2 strikes. Rangers have a run across here in the 6th inning. Threatening for more. They have Beltre around at third and Chu on at first after that RBI single for Shin-Soo, his 4th RBI in 2015. Rangers 8 runs on 11 hits today. Up the middle, that's a base hit. Beltre will score. Chu around second, motoring to third. Mitch Moreland, a pinch hit RBI single, and the Rangers have increased their lead to 9-5.
Well, second base hit that made it first and third and scored a run. Good job by Mitch. He saw some tough pitches early in the count, and that slider stayed up and out over the plate, and he put a good swing on it and ripped it up the middle. The ones that he really pulled down and in were tough to hit. That one just spun up there, and Mitch took advantage of it. And that's kind of what hitting's all about. Hang in there till you get a good pitch and then drill it.
Well, Mitch producing off the bench after a little bit of a layoff. Good to see that. And runners still at the corners. Rougned Odor up there. That sinker in for strike 1. Rougned 0 for 3 today, although he did have an RBI back in the 3rd inning. The Rangers have scored in groups today, 7 in the 3rd, 2 more here in the 6th. They've opened up a 4-run lead again. It's 9-5. Chopper, the only play Cano will have is to first. The out is recorded. Chu comes in. He crosses the plate, and Rougned Odor with his 2nd RBI of the afternoon on a ground out makes it a 10-5.
Yep.
Ranger lead.
Kind of a carbon copy of the other one. The other one was 4-6 fielder's choice, but Choppers to second base, couldn't turn a double play on him. And you have a chance when you make contact, 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Make contact, you beat the double play, pick yourself up an RBI. That one was hit slowly enough where there wasn't even an out at second base.
Rangers now, that note, 12 hits today. That ties the season high that they put on the board against Oakland back on the 9th of April. And Jake Smolinski, who's 2 for 3 with a 2-run home run and a single, takes strike 1. Smolinski's homer came in the 3rd inning, his single in the 2nd. Smith has a pretty good slider and pretty tough on right-handers. And the 10 runs also tying the high from that April 9th game. No balls, 2 strikes. Now 1-2. Now the 3 runs in this inning all go on the ledger of Tyler Olson. Going 2 2/3, a couple of hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Smith misses down and away to even the count. Some action out of the Mariner bullpen again. That's Dominic Leone. Oh, Smolinski had one that hung inside. And he fouled it back. I would like to have a mulligan on that.
He would. When Smith keeps that ball down, that hard slider, it's very tough to hit. But like any pitch, if you hang it, the hitter has a chance. That's what Mitch hit, and that's what Jake almost drove.
Moreland getting his lead from second right there at the bottom of your screen. Another 2-2 pitch. Bloomquist, nice short hop pickup. Throws out Smolinski, and that'll do it. But Rangers add on 3 times, 3 runs on 3 hits. They leave 1 after 5 and a half, 10-5 Rangers. Savings this season. You save nearly 50% on 4 tickets, 4 jumbo hot dogs, 4 Coke soft drinks, 2 kids-owned wristbands, and 1 souvenir program. 2 locations are available: Upper Reserve for $69 and Lower Reserve for $113. Visit TexasRangers.com/specials to get your Coca-Cola family packs for April 27th through the 29th. That's a series against the Mariners. Jesus Sucre starting things off here in the Mariners' 6th against Anthony Bass, who throws that breaking ball that backs Sucre away and catches the inside corner. Sucre, a pop out and a ground out. Pulls it on a line, snagged by Adrian Beltre.
Sucre took a curveball for a strike, then got another one, hit it hard. No luck, though.
Adrian picking it right off the shoe top level. Now back to the top of the Mariner order. Austin Jackson 1 for 2 with a couple of runs scored. His first home run of the year, leading off this afternoon for the Mariners. Also walked and scored, grounded to short. Anthony Bass pumping in a couple of strikes. Anthony, 55 pitches thus far, starting his 3rd full inning of work. Into the hole and by Elvis. I don't think even if he'd come up with a ball that He would have been able to get Jackson with his speed at first. Austin Jackson with his second hit of the afternoon. He's been on board 3 times. $11 hits now for the Mariners. And Ricky Weeks, the DH, steps in. Weeks, an infield single in the 4th inning. 0-1. .192 average for Weeks. Beltre cuts it off to second for 1. The return to first in time around the horn. 5-4-3 double play, and the Mariners are gone in the 6th. No runs a hit and nobody left. On we go to the 7th. Rangers 10, Mariners 5, Fox Sports Southwest. Game summary. Rangers teeing it up in the 3rd inning. Prince Fielder got it started. Adam Rosales chipped in an RBI base hit. Fielder scoring. Then it was Jake Smolinski with his first home run of the year. A 2-run blast, and the inning was capped off by Leonis Martin. RBI single to center, a 7-run Ranger 3rd inning. They went on to score 3 more in the 6th inning and now lead 10-5. As Dominic Leone enters the ballgame to take over for the Mariners.
Yeah, Dominic Leone, hard-throwing right-hander. Didn't make the team out of spring training, but when Wilhelmsen went on the disabled list, he was called up. This will be his 3rd ball game. Small sample size for the numbers, but good setup reliever with a good arm.
We saw Leone here on Friday night, worked an inning and a 3rd. And he will be asked now to face Carlos Corporan, who will turn around to bat from the left side against the righty Leone. Corporan 1 for 3, a double and a run scored in that big 7-run 3rd inning. Carlos .263 average. He takes Leone's first pitch, a bit high for ball 1. Sharply but foul outside first. A ball and a strike. Rangers 10 runs on 12 hits here this afternoon. They have played error-free baseball. The Mariners 5 runs, 11 hits. They have committed 2 errors. Corcoran had one to work with there. Fouled it straight back. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch. I was kind of leaned on that one, that breaking ball, and didn't quite get into the zone. 2-2. Now Leon ready. Full count. Well, Corcoran trying to lead off by getting aboard here in the Rangers 7th. He'll be followed the top of the order. That would be Leonis Martin. Dominic Leone, a high set, the payoff pitch. Low ball 4. Corcoran the leadoff pass. Well, Carlos been on a couple times today, and now Leonis Martin, who has 2 singles in 4 trips. Both those singles came in the 3rd inning. Poor Leonis Martin started it off with that bunt single that got that line rolling. Then had the RBI single that capped off the 7-run 3rd inning. 0-1 the count to him. Martin 0 for 2 against Dominic Leone in past matchups. A ball and a strike. Rangers trying to win their first series of the year. This is the 3rd straight series that has had a rubber game where the final game of the series determined the winner.
Well, the American League West, after 11 or 12 games, pretty even. If the Rangers can win this game, Seattle will go to 4-8. Because Houston will move into first place at 6-6. They won a game today. They beat the Angels 4-3. Oakland had a lead, but Kansas City, I think, came back and won that game.
Yeah, 4-2, the final up there.
They've had some fireworks going on there, and not necessarily with the guys at the plate.
1-2 pitch. Yeah, that's 3 straight games where the benches have gotten restless and come on out in the field.
Well, it's hard to comment when you don't know exactly what's going on, but one thing that's been shown a lot is the slide that Brett Lowry had into second base on the force out, which, you know, again, without knowing all the circumstances, looked a little excessive. To be honest with you, there's no double play on the ball. You go in and take out the shortstop like that. Didn't seem like that was necessary. You're just trying to beat the ball. All you have to do is get there as quick as you can without sliding in over the base to take out a guy's legs.
Line drive caught by Bloomquist. The throw back not in time. Corcoran able to reverse his field and just get back ahead of Bloomquist's throw.
That's too bad because he hit that ball hard. He has a couple base hits in the game already. Scored a run, knocked in a run. That's the hardest hit ball he's had today. Line shot that Bloomquist stays with and almost turns it into a double play. Well hit ball by Leonis. Good series for Leonis. 3 solid games in the leadoff spot.
Well, that is the first out. And now Elvis Andrus comes up. Elvis, a double and a run scored. He led the 6th inning off with that 2-bagger. Shin-Soo Choo drove him home. 0-1 as he faces Leone. Elvis a 170 mark. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dominic Leone, the 4th pitcher used by Lloyd McClendon here this afternoon. James Paxton started. Had a rough outing. Wasn't helped by his defense. Ball hit well to right field. Back and to his left, Ellie Cruz. That ball almost popped out of his glove, it looked like. I saw a lot of white showing as he captured that. But it's out number 2. Well, Corcoran, after the leadoff walk, still anchored at first base. Now here's Prince Fielder. Fielder extremely happy to see Tyler Olson out of the game. He struck out both times that he faced the left-hander. Takes a strike from Leone. James Paxton, as we mentioned, started. Tyler Olson also worked 2 2/3. Carson Smith, 2/3 of an inning. And now Dominic Leone. One ball and 1 strike. Fielder still looking for his first home run. He has driven in 6. Fielder looking for that home run, if for nothing else than just to get people to stop asking him about it.
Well, he's hit enough of them. Chances are when the first one comes, there'll be a whole bunch to follow it.
Yeah, no doubt. Pitch outside, 3 balls and a strike now. Prince closing in on 300 career home runs. Leone back to the plate. Pretty well hit to left field. That's playable, though, for Ackley. Leadoff walker. Carlos Corcoran left stranded. Stretch time in Seattle. 10-5 Rangers. Now let's join the public address announcer as he introduces God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you now to please rise and join us in honoring our great country with the singing of God Bless America. Please welcome, from the United States Air Force, Staff Sergeant Ben Taylor.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
2015 with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Now we head on to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Sean Tollison has come out of the Ranger bullpen to take over for Anthony Bass. Tollison facing Robinson Cano to start things off. Tollison, the 26-year-old Allen, Texas native, has been virtually untouchable. He's given up just 1 hit in his 5 innings of work.
Well, he was great in the first game of this series. He came in a key situation. He was helped by a nice play by Adam Rosales at first base. With men at first and second and no outs, that put first and third and 1 out. Then he just blew away the next 2 hitters with his fastball and got out of the jam.
Ball's hit well to right center field. That is up the alley and 1 up off the wall. Shue fires it back in. Cano, a ringing double to open up the 7th. Cano with his 5th double of the year.
There's a ball out over the plate to Cano. He really hit that ball hard. Several of the at-bats, Ranger pitchers were able to get the fastball in on his fist. He had a little dribbler back to the mound and a couple of soft singles, and balls hit off the handle. That one, though, he extended his hands and hit it on the sweet part of the bat.
12 hits now for the Mariners. The hits are even at a dozen for each team. And here's Nelson Cruz, who has a couple of homers to his credit. Sean Tollison heating him up upstairs for strike 1. Nelson Cruz has 1 career home run against Sean Tollison, 2 for 3 in their previous matchups. Cruz now on 8 home runs for the year. 13 runs driven in. Like the changeup that hung inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cano peering in, as is Sean Tollison. 2-1. Tollison, the Baylor X, on the hill. The breaking ball that Cruz fouls away. Count evens at 2-2.
Excellent job by Anthony Bass, who came in and quieted down the Mariners for 3 2/3. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 3. Gave up four hits, 4 singles. Had a very effective job at a time when the Rangers really needed it.
Two pitch. Fouled straight back. We'll try it again. Cruz waiting out of that wide open stance. Nelly Cruz approaches the pitch. Got him swinging. Breaking ball down and away. Second time that Cruz has struck out this afternoon. 1 away.
He challenged Nelly with the fastball. Nelly fouled one off and missed one. He gave him a shot to hit the fastball. But then when he needed to make a pitch, bang, there's that slider down and away. Same pitch that Anthony Bass struck him out with in the 4th inning. Well, this is a pretty good example if you just look at Nelly Cruz's day, Buzz, about what we've been talking about, location of your pitches.
Yep.
First couple times up, he got pitches he could handle for home runs, and then the Rangers made pitches against him and struck him out his next 2 times up.
Yeah, and that doesn't just apply to Nelly Cruz.
No, it doesn't.
Virtually anybody.
That's anybody.
Kyle Seager, I think Seager went as long against the Rangers without seeing good pitches to him as anybody. He just pummeled everything. A .331 career hitter against Ranger pitching. He had .360 last year. Takes that pitch from Tollison in. The changeup. 1 ball and 1 strike. Seager today is 1 for 3 at a 3rd inning single. Corporate flashing the signs out to Sean Tollison. Right-hander sets. Up the middle into center field, a base hit. Cano rounds 3rd, will score. Seager with the RBI base hit. And the Mariners make it a 10-6 Ranger lead. Seager with his 6th RBI of the year. That's the first run that Sean Tollison has given up this year.
If you have to come in as a relief pitcher and face the Mariners, that's probably the worst spot in the order to come up. Cano, Cruz, and Seager. Tough to keep those guys down.
Seager now at first, still just 1 out. Dustin Ackley up for his 2nd at bat. He lines one to center, but this one playable for Leonis Martin. 2 gone. Back to first goes Seager. And Willie Bloomquist will be next. But right now, let's head back and check in with John Radigan for a Mazda game break. John? All right, John, thank you. Well, Lloyd McClendon is going to go to his bench, and it's going to be Brad Miller. Pitch hitting for Willie Bloomquist. Well, Miller, the left-handed hitter. Bloomquist retires having gone 1 for 3. And Miller, a .229 average, a home run, and 4 driven in. Facing Tollison. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tollison, a check of first. There's that good changeup that floats in. Well, that has really become a go-to pitch for Sean Tollison, especially against left-handers.
For something he was experimenting with, he's turned it into a plus.
The 1-2 got him swinging.
Great combination.
Boy, 94 and that changeup, and see you later. Brad Miller. The Mariners get a run on a couple of hits but strand one after 7. 10-6 Texas. the coming days. Rangers and Mariners finishing up here this afternoon, and an off day Monday. And then in Arizona, Tuesday and Wednesday nights to take on the Diamondbacks. Another off day on Thursday before the Rangers open up a weekend series in Anaheim against the Angels. And back home for these Mariners and the A's. 10-6. Rangers trying to cap off their first series win of 2015. Adrian Beltre leading off the 8th inning. Dominic Leone misses with ball 1. Beltre has scored twice today. He has walked twice, once intentional. He has had an infield single. Leone's next pitch to him is off the outside corner. It's 2-0. Brad Miller, who pinch hit for Willie Bloomquist last half inning, stays in the ballgame and is at shortstop. 2 balls and a strike. Leone back to the plate. 2-2. You mentioned that chopper off the plate that Adrian had in the 3rd inning. Snapped an 0 for 18 that he was mired in. Pops this one up behind home plate. Sucre back, but he's going to run out of room. That's back in the 2nd row, just over past the screen. Beltre, a Mariner from 2005 through 2009. He's 4th in Safeco Field annals for home runs with 54 of them. Didn't miss by much of hitting 55, but Dustin Ackley waits for it to come down. 1 gone. Next will be Shin-Soo Choo. Choo has had a couple of RBI today. He's now up to 5. 1 for 3 officially. Was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning.
He had a big hit in the 6th inning. That drove in the first of the 3 runs the Rangers had. Kind of break up any momentum that Seattle might have had from their 3-run inning to make it a 7-5 game. Rangers got their 7 quick and added on to it.
1 ball and 1 strike. Choo's single in that 6th inning was the first of 3 consecutive hitters that had RBI.
Same 3 hitters had RBIs back to back to back in the 3rd inning too.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
I take that back. Rosales had one. It was Mitch that got pitch hitting for him. Had one in the 6th, same spot in the order.
Yeah. Leone's next offering. 2-2. And speaking of Mitch Moreland, he is awaiting the outcome of Shin-Soo Choo's at bat. Call, strike 3.
That's the one they called on him last year. One right after the other. Borderline pitches. A lot of them last year weren't strikes. For a guy with a good eye at the plate, it was kind of hard to see why they were called strikes. That one barely touching the top of the strike zone. That's a tough pitch to hit. But technically that is a strike.
Echo pitch tracker detailing the closeness of that last one. No, 2 away. Here is Mitch Moreland. Mitch had the pinch hit RBI single in the 6th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Mitch, who was in Friday night's original lineup, Had to be scratched, that elbow acting up a little bit. Now has a 4-game hitting streak. As the next pitch is fouled down. Pitch has gone 4 for 9 over those 4 games. Now has increased his hit total here at Safeco Field to 11 straight games. Dominic Leone, the high set. And Moreland offs a fly ball deep down the left field line, but that's going to peel off and out of play. Moreland with those 6 RBI now. He and Prince Fielder and Robinson Chirinos, all with half a dozen. Ooh. Good a rip by Moreland. Still 1-2. Take a swing like that, and whatever kind of loose body you have floating around your elbow, it'll loosen up a little bit.
It's floating right now.
2-2. The owner reading the signs from Jesus Sucre. That ball is hit high in the air to deep left center field. Jackson going back at the track, at the wall, and he pulls it off the padding. Just enough breeze blowing in from left center to keep that ball in the yard. Rangers gone in order. We finished 7.5 at Safeco. Texas 10 and Seattle 6. Uvers TV. Tuesday night, 8:30 from the Valley of the Sun. Nick Martinez takes his 2-0 mark to the mound for his 3rd start. He has not given up an earned run this year. He'll be tested by Paul Goldschmidt and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Goldschmidt updated the leader in the National League with 15 RBI. Have that for you at 8:30 Central Time on Fox Sports Southwest. Tanner Shepard's on to pitch the 8th inning for the Rangers. And he's facing Logan Morrison, dealing ball 1. 28-year-old Tanner Shepard's on for his 2nd outing at the big league level. And he worked an inning, giving up a couple of hits and a run on Friday. Tanner activated Friday before the ball game from the 15-day disabled list. He had that balky ankle. This is low. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Detweiler started. Bass worked 3 2/3 innings. On Tollison, and now Tanner Shepard begins things by a 4-pitch walk to Logan Morrison.
Yeah, you don't want to get the potential for a big inning started with the bottom of the order. And get them out, so at the top of the order, you can't set it up for the middle of the order. Cano, Cruz, and Seager.
Well, the scheduled hitter, Jesus Sucre, called back. It'll be Seth Smith, left-handed hitter for the Mariners, coming on to face Tanner Shepard. First pitch to Smith goes right down through there for strike 1. Smith a .263 average for the season. On kind of a rotating basis with Nelson Cruz in right field and also at the DH spot. Had the start of the ball game off with the left-hander on the mound for the Rangers, Ross Detweiler. And Smith now pitch hitting here in the 8th inning. Rangers leading by 4. Shepard makes it a 2-1 count. See the shadows starting to creep out over the dirt around home plate. Now 3-1. Tanner struggling with his control here in the 8th inning. Gave up the 4-pitch walk to Logan Morrison. He's fallen behind, 3 balls and a strike to Seth Smith. Mariners don't need any help in the 8th inning. He loses it, ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Top of the order now, coming up with 2 on and nobody out.
Keone Kela, it looks like, is going to warm up a little bit in the bullpen, but Tanner's dug himself a little bit of a hole right here. Nobody out, a couple of men on for the start of the order. Jackson and Weeks coming up.
Mike Maddox out to have a chat with as Keone continues to loosen. On Friday night, Shepard came on to work the 8th inning and gave up a leadoff double to Brad Miller. Got Austin Jackson on a flyout. Seth Smith had a sacrifice fly. Cano had a base hit, and Nelly Cruz into the inning by hitting a towering fly out to left field. And today, Tanner hasn't been able to control the fastball anywhere near the strike zone so far.
He's thrown 9 pitches, only 1 strike. He's got a right-hand hitter up instead of a left-hand hitter. Maybe that'll give him a little bit different look.
Austin Jackson 2 for 3 this afternoon with a walk and a home run. Shepard's trying the breaking ball, and that's low for ball 1. A lot of times you have the pitching coach come out there to suggest something like that to you, and both you and the catcher looking and saying, why didn't we think of that? It's pretty standard fare to try and get command back. 2 balls, no strikes. Tanner had several rehab outings at Double-A. Fires a strike here to make it 2-1. Three of them to be exact. And at Frisco. Trying to take that into the big league games. And the right side. And Chu is going to run out of room as that ball slices out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Austin Jackson. Morrison and Smith, the runners at second and first. Breaking ball gets away from Shepard, and Austin Jackson has to sit down in the batter's box.
Well, after a couple of fastballs, he tried the breaking ball, but boy, that one just stayed up, and fortunately it didn't hit him.
And Austin Jackson wasn't hanging around to see if that was a breaking ball.
Up there, yeah, it doesn't matter. Breaking ball's still going 80 miles an hour.
Payoff pitch. Called strike three.
Oh, boy, Tanner. Getting back and made a pitch when he had to.
Yes, he did.
Fastball for a strike.
Shepard's 2 walks now, a big strikeout on a 3-2 pitch. Right at the top of the strike zone, our Echo pitch tracker showing you that cutting that top line in half.
Yeah, 3-2. That's a tough pitch to take right there. A borderline pitch, but it was a strike.
A 1 out, and here's Ricky Weeks, who is 1 for 4. Lloyd McClendon used up all of his left-handed hitters as potential pinch hitters.
Well, his bench is gone because he's going to have to put Zunino in to catch.
Right.
He's the last extra man.
One another Weeks, who has a base hit in 4 trips. 1 ball, 1 strike. Weeks now with the average at 185 for the season. And our Echo pitch tracker showing you that second pitch from Shepard right on the outside corner. Check swing on the breaking ball. The appeal to first and no swing.
Yeah, laid off it, but that was a good hard breaking ball. It wasn't quite a strike, kind that you hope you get the hitter to swing at. But he was able to lay off it.
Now Shepard's okay is the sign. He's ready for the 2-1. Popped him up. Moreland going over right at the railing, reaches in. He would have, if he had been able to catch that ball, he would have done it exactly at the same time he hit the railing. It was just out of his reach.
Yeah, tough play. You battle in the sun. You've got a long way to run for it. You know the railing is coming up. And you just couldn't quite get to it.
Probably one of those, if it's a little bit higher, you have time to get to the railing and find it. If you stop yourself.
Yeah, if you can do that, if you can get to the railing, then you can maybe lean over and catch it. But when it's all happening at the same time, it's very difficult.
Well, we'll try another 2-2 pitch with 1 out and 2 on. Check swing on the pitch up. Second straight hitter with a full count. Now Weeks hitting in the second spot. And a very tough customer in Robinson Cano in the on-deck circle. Shepard's peering in for the sign, has the one he wants. Payoff pitch. High ball 4 that loads him up with Cano and Cruz coming up. Jeff Bannister on that top step. He is going out to the mound. Well, this is going to be quite a day for Keone Kela. He worked last night, so a little bit of the butterflies of pitching in front of his home crowd may be a advantage, but he's been asked to come in now to a bases loaded 1 out situation. The tying run at home plate facing Robinson Cano, and we'll tell you how all that unfolds when we come back after this timeout. 10-6, Rangers on top, but it's in danger here in the 8th. from Seattle on the hill in Seattle. He inherits a bases loaded, 1-out pickle here in the 8th inning with the Rangers leading by 4.
Boy, early in the season, Keone has faced some pickles. That one in Oakland that he got out of. Then he pitched in front of the hometown fans for the first time. And now here he is, game on the line, one of the best hitters in the league with a bases loaded. Doesn't get much bigger than this as far as getting out of a jam goes.
Keone, as we mentioned, pitched a scoreless inning last night. His first career appearance at Safeco Field. Here is Cano. And the breaking ball dips over the outside corner for strike 1. Cano is 3 for 4 today. 2 singles, a double. He has scored twice, and he has the bases full of Mariner teammates. Off the outer edge, 1 ball and 1 strike. Morrison, Smith, and Weeks, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. Kella ready to work. 2-1.
Fastball just missed the outside corner.
Kella, the 12th round draft pick by the Rangers in 2012. Came with an off-speed pitch.
Just like he did in Oakland.
Yep.
Was in trouble, behind in the count. Pretty good for a 21-year-old to have the confidence and the ability in that situation to this hitter to be able to throw something other than your fastball for a strike.
2-2. A full count. No place to put Robinson Cano, and with the number 4 hitter, Nelson Cruz, looming. About as much drama in a situation as you're going to find. Kella trying to make sure his breathing is good, slow things down. Time called now. Very intense look on Keone Kella's face. 3-2 with 1 out, the base is full. Lost him. That walks in a run. Cano with the RBI. It's now a 10-7 game. And the tying runs are on base as Nelson Cruz comes up. That run goes on the ledger of Tanner Shepard. 4 walks now in the inning. 3 by Shepard, 1 by Kella. And that's going to do it for Keone. As Jeff Bannister, pointing to the bullpen, wants to make a change. Kella losing a great hitter. And Robinson Cano on a 3-2 pitch is going to give way to the Ranger closer. See if he can't shut down the door, or shut the door, I should say, on the Mariners here in the 8th. Neftali Feliz coming on. We'll tell you about him when we come back right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Phillies with one out here in the 8th inning. The bases are loaded. Rangers lead by 7, or I should say lead 10-7. But Nelson Cruz, the hitter, the tying runs are on base. Neftali Feliz in his 6th ball game. Against the Mariners, he has been lights out. 27 shutout innings, over 22 appearances in his career, and he deals a breaking ball to Cruz for strike 1.
He wasn't taking any chances on throwing Nelly a first pitch fastball. Threw it for a strike too. That was important. Get ahead in the count.
Cruz 2 home runs today. Another breaking ball. This time Cruz able to check his swing. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, if it was a little bit higher, even though it was out of the strike zone, Nelly might have swung at it. He was thinking about it. That was just a little bit too far away to tempt him.
Feliz and Cruz have not faced each other, at least in the regular season. The 1-1 pitch is coming. 1-2. First 2 times up today, Nelson Cruz against Ross Detweiler. That was in the 1st inning. And then in the 3rd with 2 runners on. Four RBI on 2 swings of the bat. That one's coming back just below us. Where are you going, Tom?
I'm getting out of the way. Too old to try to catch those things.
And the second 2 at bats against Anthony Bass and against Sean Thomason.
I think Neffy has the same chance if he makes the same pitch with his slider. Down and slightly out of the strike zone.
Fastball a little bit high at 96.
Well, that's his best fastball velocity-wise we've seen him throw. Can't go wrong with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Can't go wrong with a slider down and away right here.
Saw Cruz facing Feliz. Cruz 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. The 2-2. Got him swinging.
Blew him away with 95-mile-an-hour heat right there. That shows you something. He didn't trick him. He just threw him the fastball. Here it is. Try to hit it. And he threw it right by him. 2 home runs, then 3 strikeouts. Bases loaded. There's your pitch right down the middle of the plate. Threw it right by him.
So Feliz continuing to give Mariner hitters fits no matter who they are. They are now 7 for 88 against him with 27 strikeouts. 2 outs, Kyle Seager, 2 for 4.
A little change up in there.
Great change at 86 for strike 1.
Boy, when you walk the 2 guys, 8th and 9th hitters to start this 8th inning, you set up a nerve-wracking rest of the 8th inning. Cano, Cruz, and now Seager.
Foul back. Feliz with the advantage in the count. Had no balls and 2 strikes.
The one thing you find out today is there's a little more in Neffy's tank than has been there at the beginning of the year. He came into this situation, and this is his best fastball, 95 and 96, every one of them. He's thrown a changeup for a strike, and he's thrown a slider for a strike.
Feliz with the advantage. The 0-2 in the dirt.
Nice job.
Corcoran doing a great job of blocking that ball and keeping it out in front of home plate.
Yeah, that was just pure effort and concentration. Not let that ball get by it, because that's one of those balls that's spinning and kicks back the other way, and he just smothered it with his body.
Boy, how valuable is a good pitch blocking catcher back there. Wow. 1-2 to Seager. Leaves a check of the runners. Missed outside, 2-2.
He tried to change up again and miss with it, miss off the plate.
Seager this year, as usual, very good with runners in scoring position. 3 for 5 in the early going. He's got the bases full of Mariner teammates. I echo pitch tracker. Showing you exactly where the location of those pitches was. Smith at third. Weeks at second. Cano at first. Neftali Feliz facing Kyle Seager. The 2-2. A full count. So we have run the string out as far as we possibly can. Tying runs on base for the Mariners. A 3-2 count to Kyle Seager with Dustin Ackley, the left fielder, waiting to be next. Payoff pitch. Line drive, base hit to right field. 1 run is home. Around third, coming in to score is Weeks. It's a 1-run ball game as Kyle Seager does it again to the Rangers. It's now a 10-9 Ranger lead.
Seager, all you can say, the guy's a good hitter. Didn't want to walk him, threw him a strike, and he ripped it.
All 3 runs this inning go on the ledger of Tanner Scheppers. 3 walks, they have all scored. Cano now standing over at third with Seager at first. And Dustin Ackley up for his 3rd at bat of the day since coming on as a pinch hitter. Going inside for ball 1. Ackley 0 for 5 in his career against Neftali Feliz. And he skies one to left field. Playable for Jake Smolinski. That will do it. And the Rangers maintain the lead, although it is a little bit slimmer. 3 runs for Seattle on just 1 hit. We're going to the 9th. 10-9 Texas. Game within a run of tying this ball game up in the 8th. And we go to the 9th inning, a 10-9 Ranger lead. And Yoervis Medina has come out of the bullpen to take over.
Yeah, Medina's a tough reliever. He's got a good arm, good movement on his fastball. Rangers trying to get some insurance runs again. They had a 2-run lead. They scored 3 to make it a 5-run lead, down to a 1-run lead. Use a little bit of insurance right here.
And Medina will be working to a new catcher. Mike Zunino has come into the ball game. Take over, and a new left fielder also for the Mariners. That's Seth Smith in left field, so Dustin Ackley out of the ball game. And Zunino will hit in the number 6 spot that was occupied by Ackley. Rougned Odor to start things off here in the 9th inning. A wild and woolly affair here at Safeco Field this afternoon. Odor is 0 for 4, but he has driven in a couple of runs and has scored a run. Rangers 10 runs on 12 hits today. The Mariners 9 runs on 14 hits. Rangers also have almost shot themselves in the foot. They have given 5 walks to the Mariners today.
Austin Jackson walked in the 3rd and scored, and then all 3 of the runs in the 8th were walked. So
that pulls that foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, we talked about the Mariners having troubles offensively before this series started. Well, you give a team that's struggling like that opportunities with walks and giving them free bases, and it's going to come back and hurt you.
Yeah, and the problem is the walks were issued before the big guys got up there. Fortunately, Neffy was able to strike out Cruz.
Out of play to the left, it goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Odor has hit the ball on the ground all 4 times here today. Reached on an error back in the 2nd. RBI fielder's choice ground out in the 3rd. Rougned came around to score that inning himself. Two and 2 the count. Odor at 143 with the average. Three balls and 2 strikes. You'd love to get Rougned on base. Jake Smolinski, the Ranger left fielder, waiting to be next. Rangers on Friday night able to push across an insurance run in the 9th inning. Austin Jackson moving toward the gap in right center. 1 gone. Next will be Smolinski, and he is being called back. Instead, it'll be the left-handed hitting Carlos Peguero coming out of the Ranger dugout to pinch hit. Carlos Peguero, the former Mariner, coming up here as a pinch hitter. Smolinski ends up going 2 for 4 with a home run this afternoon. And Peguero brings that .294 average to the plate. And for his first home run in a Ranger uniform. Oh and 1. Carlos took an 0 for 2 in his start yesterday. He drops in that big hook.
Combination fastball slider.
The shadows you saw him on a shot in center field about halfway now between home plate and the mound. That's got to be a little tough for the hitter, isn't it?
I think it is. I think when you're in the dark and the pitcher's in the bright sunshine, I think it is difficult, more difficult to pick up the ball under those circumstances. Other hitters say they don't even notice the difference, but I always thought it was.
Corcoran, a base hit in 3 official trips here today. He's also walked once. Double and a run scored back in the 3rd inning. Medina's 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Corcoran, the switch hitter, up there from the left side. Takes ball 3, blown away. Corcoran is able to reach here with 2 outs. That would give Leonis Martin another opportunity. Fastball right down Broadway. Medina sets at the belt. Ball 4. Corcoran able to draw that 2-out walk. We'll see if the skipper, Jeff Bannister, have any thought of maybe pinch running, getting Delano DeShields with some speed out there. Apparently not in this situation. Corcoran to stay in the ball game to handle the 9th inning. Well, here's Leonis Martin, who is 2 for 5. A pair of singles, one of them a bunt base hit. The other solidly struck RBI single. Off the end of the bat, a fair ball down the left field line. Smith able to get it off the sidewall, throws into 3rd, and just ahead of the throw, Carlos Corcoran in safely. A double by Leonis Martin, and the Rangers now have runners at 2nd and 3rd and 2 outs for Elvis Andrus.
That 3rd hit for Leonis, who's starting to come alive in this series. His last time up, looked like he was going to have another hit, a line shot that the shortstop caught. This ball's a fastball, maybe a little bit outside. Leonis hits it toward the end of the bat, but keeps it fair right down the left field line, and a little base hit by Elvis sure would look sweet right here.
The Rangers now with a baker's dozen worth of hits this afternoon, 13 of them. Leonis 3 for himself. And here's Elvis, who has 1 hit. He's been on base twice and scored twice. Looked like a pitch that he didn't see very well out of Medina's hand.
Either that or he's thinking it was going to be a fastball. he swung at it anyway.
Elvis, last time up, flied to right field. He also doubled and scored. Nice block by Zunino. A ball and a strike. Elvis reached on an error back in the 3rd inning and scored then also. Rangers 220 average with runners in scoring position. Today they've raised that quite a bit, 6 for 14. In the air, sending Jackson back into right center field. The play for Austin. That'll do it for the Rangers. No runs, a hit. They strand 2. Bottom of the 9th inning coming up here in Safeco. 10-9, Rangers on top. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By AT&T UVerse TV. UVerse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. And by your Texas Ford dealer. The EcoBoost Challenge is on at your Texas Ford dealer. Get to your best in Texas Ford dealer today.
Something that used to be common years ago, more than one inning for a closer, is a little bit more rare today, but Neffy's going to get a shot at it.
The Phillies came on with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 8th inning. Gave up a 2-run single to Kyle Seager, but got halfway to line out. There's a drive into right field, a leadoff single by Miller.
Well, you can't hit a line drive any harder than that. That was so hard, Rudnick couldn't catch it. Looked like he got his glove on it, almost knocked his glove off.
Boy, that was a rocket.
Man, right off the top of his glove.
The 1 on, nobody out. Tying run is on at first. Logan Morrison, the hitter, takes ball 1. Morrison 1 for 3 this afternoon. He was the one that walked to start that 8th inning against Tanner Shepard and came around to score. Playable in center for Leonis Martin. 1 out. Seth Smith will be next. We'll go back to what we were talking about with Neftali Feliz and the Mariners. 11 career games prior to today at Safeco. Feliz has 10 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball, and he's converted all 8 save chances prior to today. Mariner batters in this ballpark had been 1 for 32. And so far today, they've gone 2 for 5. Smith takes low, ball 1. Seth Smith entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning and drew a walk. Smith has been hit by a pitch in the only at bat he had against Feliz. 2-0. Veteran left-handed hitter. Neftali Feliz trying to stay perfect in this ballpark and save opportunities. Through the changeup. Drop that in.
That's a pretty good pitch. No one's going to hit that 2-0 in that situation. That's just about a perfect pitch.
Echo pitch tracker would verify that. On the outside corner at the knees. And
there's the fastball you were looking for.
Yeah.
Neffy heating it up at 96 miles an hour to throw that ball by Seth Smith. Boy, if you're Smith, you don't have the slightest idea what's coming now.
No. 2-2. Out of play.
Another one at 96.
Well, Feliz brought the high octane here this afternoon. He has had a strikeout. Also given up a 2-run single. Trying to close out a 10-9 win. Miller, the runner at first. 1 man out in the 9th inning. And Smith swirling a very good low fastball. Neftali Feliz, 28-year-old, battling back from all kinds of arm miseries. Tommy John surgery a couple of years ago, 2012. And to regain the all-star closer status that he enjoyed. Going inside, 3-2. Smith hitting in the number 9 slot, trying to get aboard in front of the leadoff man. That's Austin Jackson. Brad Miller, the lead from first as Feliz reads the signs. Just in case Miller was thinking about taking off. Feliz ready once again. Payoff pitch outside, ball 4. And the winning run is aboard at first, the tying run at second for Austin Jackson.
Well, it's pretty obvious what you're facing here. You got Jackson and Weeks and 1 out. Certainly want to get both of them so it doesn't get back to Cano. Good low fastball, just tailed a little bit outside. Tying run at second, 2 right-hand hitters coming up, and then you've got Cano.
Echo pitch tracker showing you that last pitch didn't miss by very much, but enough. Austin Jackson 2 for 4, a single and a home run. Feliz checks the runners. Drops a breaking ball that stayed inside for ball 1. Jackson 3 for 7 in his career against Neftali Feliz. And a walk mixed in there also. Another breaking ball that catches the upper reaches of the strike zone. 1-1.
It's not what looked like he dropped his arm on that one a little bit. It kind of just slid sideways, not where he was trying to throw it, but looked like it caught the top of the strike zone anyway. Trying to throw it down and away, and it kind of slides up in the top of the strike zone for a strike. Effective.
Yeah. Foul back. And now Jackson down in the count. 1-2.
Thanks to Eric Josephson, I can tell you, Buzz, that since Neffy's surgery, he's pitched more than 1 inning 3 different times. This could end up being his longest outing. He's zeroing in on 30 pitches. Still throwing hard, though, 96 miles an hour with that last fastball.
The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hangs high. 2-2. Neffy Feliz having to use every trick in his bag that he brought with him today.
He is.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 on and 1 out. Fouled off.
Smith fouled off some tough fastballs. Now Jackson the same thing. Smith fouled off at least 2 low 95, 96 mile an hour fastballs. The battle for his walk. Jackson just followed off a tough fastball right there on the 2-2 pitch.
Mariners have not had a win when they have trailed after 8 this year. Another foul back.
Another 96 mile an hour fastball.
Carlos Corporan going out there and have a little chat with Neffy. Maybe give him a little chance to take a breather. He's been firing pitch after pitch. Brad Miller at second. Seth Smith, the runner at first. Rangers would love to have a double play ground ball at an infielder. Ricky ball fouled away. Phillies got away with one that stayed up.
Center square. Just goes to show you. Just a lot of home runs we'll show you are in the center square, but doesn't mean you're going to get one every time one pitch ends up there.
Line to right field. Chu going toward the line. He can't get it. It's down for a hit. Miller being waved around third will score. The game is tied. On to third goes Smith. The Mariners have come back to tie this game at 10. Phillies' first blown save against the Seattle Mariners. The first time they have scored against it.
Jackson fought off some pitches and then got a pitch out over the plate and drove it toward right. Chu plays it on a hop. Gets it in. Now you've got the winning run at third base and one out.
Mike Maddox out there to see if he can't calm down the situation. Now you've got to think, how are we going to get this game to extra innings? Phillies giving up 2 singles and a walk in the inning. Mariners have a run across. The winning run just 90 feet away. Ricky Weeks has a walk and a single in 5 trips to the plate. 1 for 4 officially. Corcoran looking into the dugout for some guidance on what he wants to do. He's going to play the infield in kind of a deep halfway. Hard hit ground ball. They could try and turn the double play. First pitch to Weeks is in for strike 1. Weeks not even bothering to look down at third base to the coach, Rich Donnelly. I guess that would pretty well negate the chance for a squeeze. Oh, 0-1 the count.
Now, one of the problems that could arise right here is if you hit a little dribbler to the middle of the infield.
Yeah.
And you can't turn 2.
There goes Jackson. They won't even bother. So that takes away the chance for any kind of a double play in the middle of the diamond, and it will bring the infield all the way in. I'm going to score that defensive indifference to allow Jackson to take second. A second and third, 1 out. 1 ball and 1 strike to Weeks. 2 balls and a strike. And nobody up in the Ranger bullpen. This is all Neftali Feliz. Outcome of the game resting in his hands. Ricky Weeks has not had a walk-off hit since 2008. The 2-1. In the air, not very deep. Smith is going to tag. Martin with a catch. The throw to the plate. No chance for Smith to score. That is the second out, and it'll bring up Robinson Cano. And now the question is, do you even bother with Cano? I don't think the answer is going to be yes. You put him on, but you have to deal with Cruz.
I thought for a minute they might challenge right here, but you can't do that with Cano and Cruz coming up. And they also know the kind of thrower that Leonis is. And you gotta walk, you have to walk Cano right here. And even though Nelly is a home run threat, he has struck out his last 3 times up.
Much to the displeasure of the crowd of over 31,000 on hand here today. They will go ahead and walk Robinson Cano. Cano has 3 hits this afternoon. He drove in a very big run of the 8th inning, and they're not going to give him an opportunity to drive in the winning run here in the 9th inning. It'll be up to Nelly Cruz after this intentional pass is completed. Cruz homered in each of his first 2 at-bats and has struck out in each of his last 3 at-bats. There's the 4th white one, and Cano will trot down to first. Cruz was the first hitter that Neftali Feliz faced when he came into the game in the 8th inning. So a rematch 9 hitters later. Five career walk-off hits for Nelson Cruz. Ranger fans remember most of them. The bases full, a 10-10 ball game in the 9th inning. First pitch from Feliz. Good slider. 0-1.
Smart choice right there. You can tell by the way Nelly swung at that pitch. He's looking to win the game with a fastball.
Corporan, the series of signs. Feliz sets at the belt. Ball 1. Lefty getting ready to throw his 45th pitch. Is coming on last inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now 2-1. Couldn't get Cruz to chase. Jeff Bannister and Mike Maddox have become interested spectators. All they can do. Feliz a check of the runners. Out of play, 2-2.
With 47 pitches coming up, but that's still a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, so he's showing some stamina in this ball game. Trying to finish it off right here and keep this game tied.
The 2-2 on the way. Base hit to left field. Cruz and the Mariners win it in walk-off fashion. Smith touches home plate. And there's a mob scene at first here in Seattle. Neftali Feliz with his first blown save and first loss against the Seattle Mariners in his career. Tough one for the Rangers here today. They had leads of 7-3 and 10-5 and couldn't make it stand up. The Mariners scored 1 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and 2 here in the 9th to walk it off with an 11-10 victory. Nelson Cruz getting congratulations from all his Mariner teammates, and the Rangers will still be looking for their first series win when they head down to Arizona and take on the Diamondbacks.
All right, the fastball down and out over the plate, and he was able to make some solid contact with it. Threw him a strike, but he found a hole with it.
Nelly Cruz with 5 RBI today, driving home the winning run in the 9th inning, some 3 hours and 45 minutes after the first pitch was thrown here this afternoon. And a very dejected Neftali Feliz knew exactly what happened when he heard the crack of the bat and saw where that ball was headed. We'll be back to Safeco Field to wrap things up right after this timeout on Fox Sports Southwest.